afraid. We on the other side, where everything is real. Are you prepared? Get ready for the same seal. Yeah, the time has come, and we're all awake. We're seeing through the lies, and we're not afraid. We on the other side, where everything is real. Are you prepared? Get ready for the seventh seal. Yeah, we can see it, our freedom's getting threatened. That's why we on the front lines, and we deep up in the trenches. When they speak into the places, we don't believe a single sentence. We don't need them for protection, we can see through their deception. From hidden ancient artifacts to futuristic missiles, the world will continue to split with humans in the middle. The revolution is simple. Look at yourself in the mirror, you feel it burning behind your eyes, inside of your spirit. We cherish this moment now that we're growing in numbers. No one knows that we're coming. We summon each other, and now we're together. We've come in with love in our heart to start a new beginning, with new vision to see through the dark, and we're winning. No more dealing with sheep or arguing. We don't need to, cause every single one of us is all equal. We the people are the ones who's gonna see through this evil. And if we're not able to reach you, we love you, but we must leave you. Because yeah, the time has come, and we're all awake. We're seeing through the lies, and we're not afraid. We on the other side, where everything is real. Are you prepared? Get ready for the same seal. Yeah, the time has come, and we're all awake. We're seeing through the lies, and we're not afraid. We on the other side, where everything is real. Are you prepared? Get ready for the same seal. It's like a modern day inglorious bastards. We approaching the catalyst with informative rappers, and for warriors, hackers, and activists from around the globe. We enact some of the last ones left, so you could only imagine what's going to happen next. Cause this is only a fraction, and no one's alone in this. That's why we swarm by the masses and cause a mass effect. The new world orders collapse, and the force is just massive. You feel it in your soul as it passes. This is the clash of the tyrants, fascism, science, magnetic science, galactic alignment, capital giants trying to trap us inside this mechanical climate. But we adapt and survive it, and that's why we never looking back or behind us. It's either gonna get darker or brighter, and as we walk through the fire, we become more conscious and wiser. And we're not gonna stop, why? Because we got the desire to topple empires. We're not gonna comply, we've got to survive this. Yeah, the time has come, and we're all awake. We're seeing through the lies, and we're not afraid. We on the other side, where everything is real. Are you prepared? Get ready for the same seal. Yeah, the time has come, and we're all awake. We're seeing through the lies, and we're not afraid. We on the other side, where everything is real. Are you prepared? Get ready for the same seal. You feel it in the air, the energy surrounds us.
Greetings, citizens of the United States and the world. In an age of constant video surveillance, we must remain ever vigilant to ensure our rights to privacy. As drones are becoming more and more commonplace, it is essential that we educate and prepare ourselves.
We are anonymous. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expectos.
Another drone spotted, you're probably looking for me. These strings are getting tangled, now these puppets looking funny. We die for crooked money, surviving through the culling, and try not to become it, but they lying to the public. They flying right above us, but instead we bow. With these iPads in our face, we stay looking down. Look around and you see these human lives tortured. Have to stay awake till this brutal time's over. Psychotropic drugs, suicide soldiers take their own lives while they choose to die for us. Control us, program us, now the plans to have us looking like James Holmes and Adam Lanza. Cram us in hospitals and give us cancer. Body scan us to scan us, put down your cameras and get your hands off of me, bam. You on the canvas, this ain't the answer to the problem that's at hand. We just need to realize we all have a hand in this. You'd be surprised by the power we have, we can't do this. These bankers got a death wish, the fiscal cliff tip, and they blowing their whistles. These whistleblowers, they still whistling. Sandy Hook camera footage, yeah, it's still missing. And while you over there popping mollies, they kill children. Drone after drone, bomb after bomb, but over here it's clone after clone, job after job.
Expectos.
Yeah, there's no such thing as terrorism. Your brain is the only thing that the terror isn't. America's an embarrassment, but I swear if we come together now, we could all take care of this, cause we share the same suffering. So either change something now, or cower and bow and change nothing. Cause lately, these bees ain't buzzing, but genetically engineered mosquitoes still coming.
We have no leaders. You are also the only person responsible for your actions. Do what you think is right. Do not what you think is wrong. How many anonymous are there? We are more than you think. We are more than anybody thinks. We are many. And you are now one of us. Welcome to Anonymous.
This ain't just another echo in the lobby. Try to move around me, I'm a celestial body. Godly with the flow, and you know where I'll be. In the back screaming out, fuck Illuminati. While I'm at it, fuck the Anunnaki. Fuck a Nazi, fuck a commie, fuck a Ponzi. I'm out here killing it, all that I'm giving up. Constitution was written, Obama just rips it up. Yeah, as if these laws ain't strict enough. They try to blow my spot, but the bombs ain't big enough. Balls ain't big enough, raw ain't real enough. The big bad wolf is back and the straws ain't thick enough. Kicking up dust when I'm getting up, cause if I'm tripping or I'm slipping, I ain't flipping out with it, man. I'm twisted when I'm switching it. You listen when I'm spitting, but you missing it, cause you just sitting and getting a buzz. What?
We are anonymous.
We are anonymous.
Expectos.
We are anonymous.
We are anonymous.
We are anonymous.
We are anonymous. Expectos.
We are
I
anonymous.
refuse to stay here and be laid to rest with the sheeples. I'm a die in a library playing chess with the reaper. Beneath us is a pile of dead professors and teachers. The only thing they taught us was that they can never teach us, and they can never reach us. We too far gone, long beyond the deepest regions. Intelligent creatures, philosophers, the deepest thinkers. We are anonymous. We are legion. We are the peacekeepers, but still fight for freedom. We are the meat eaters, but still fight for vegans. We all here for the same cause, unite the reasons. I've already seen too much blood, my eyes are bleeding. We need to rise up, stand together and rise up. Time's up, we're not trying enough. Gotta get fired up, cause I'll die for a human. Die for my country, die for your rights. And while I'm dying, what you doing?
Dear brothers and sisters, now is the time to open your eyes. There is something terribly wrong with this country. If you have not yet woken up to the reality of the police state we've been warning you about, I hope you realize we are fast running out of time. Together we stand against the injustice of our own government. We are anonymous. We are legion. United as one. Divided by zero. We do not forgive censorship. We do not forget oppression. Expect us.
Expectos.
is it. It's you. It's you. We are the ones. We already know enough. We know what's in there. We know who's controlling it. It's now up to us to help them out there. All right? This is us. You look at the person to the left of you, to the right of you. Look at me. Look at yourself. This is it. We are the ones changing this world. And my phone has been blowing up. My phone has been blowing up from people from other countries sending me pictures of their protests and their demonstrations. And it looks incredible. And the power of all of us united right here, right now. It's me staring at you. Gives me energy to talk right back to you. Do you feel me on this? I love all of you. I love every single one of you. And it is going to be this. This is what it's going to take. Another one of these. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. The revolution is in the streets. It's in your heart. And it's on the internet.
Secretive organization known as Anonymous, a loose-knit group of computer hackers who came to the defense of WikiLeaks and got the attention of law enforcement in the process. They are young and stealthy, and they are potential giant killers.
Anonymous hacker activists have basically got together and are exacting revenge for what they see as attacks on WikiLeaks, and they're targeting a number of corporations that have cut off their ties with WikiLeaks.
So they see themselves as protesters. Essentially that the government can't prevent you or I from talking openly. They interpret it much more broadly. They believe that everybody has an inalienable right to say whatever they want on any forum whatsoever.
Now today, this group of computer hackers are apparently threatening cyber war over this WikiLeaks case. What do you know about that?
Yeah, NBC is reporting that Anonymous, it's a group we've heard of before, is threatening new attacks not only on U.S. corporations, but also on some of the government officials.
Number one story, MasterCard announced Monday it would no longer process payments to WikiLeaks. This morning, internet activists crashed its website. This afternoon, Visa.com crashed. Tonight, Twitter might be next. It suspended an Operation Payback account. A group calling itself Anonymous has been waging Operation Payback for a few months now. The group says it is dedicated to a, quote, anonymous, decentralized movement that fights against censorship and copy wrong.
Well, officials have confirmed that at least 41 Malaysian government websites had been hacked overnight. This follows a threat by hacker group Anonymous to punish the authorities for internet censorship. Officials say that 51 websites were hit and at least 41 of them were disrupted in these attacks.
Targets like HB Gary, a major cybersecurity firm some U.S. government agencies rely on to keep their computers safe. Last month, HB Gary boasted it would expose Anonymous. The response was swift. Anonymous took down their website, stole thousands of emails, and posted them on the internet. The CEO resigned. Anonymous is credited with bringing down government websites in Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya. And now it's made new threats against companies and government officials complicit in what it views as the mistreatment of Bradley Manning, the Army private accused of leaking to WikiLeaks.
Anonymous is powerful enough that it's certainly struck fear into the hearts of some of the biggest technology companies, the biggest companies in the whole world.
Our own Justice Department doesn't take any action against these guys. It's been 3 years since the debacle in Wall Street that caused our economic collapse. And where's Washington? Where's Washington? They haven't done a damn thing. But look, what you're looking at here, in combination of all these things, is a new model on how to fight back. You have to take action into your hands. Direct, peaceful resistance.
We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. You could be in a lot of trouble. Now, people have figured out that you can hit the powerful where it counts in their pocketbooks. The same thing happened in Egypt, where Mubarak only stepped down after the labor strikes began. And then there's the national and international movement against the power establishment. The group Anonymous recently released this video warning the global banking systems.
We are a decentralized, non-violent, resistance movement which seeks to restore the rule of law and fight back against the organized criminal class.
Now that's a little spooky, but I liked it. And apparently they came armed with documents, which we're going to tell you about in a second. But look, what I like is peaceful resistance.
However, they can't just randomly launch an attack. And in order to do it, you have to go on this IRC chat. Anyone can suggest a target. And that person then has to make a compelling case for the target, and then whoever happens to be, it's a quorum of whoever happens to be awake, can vote up or down on this target. So if somebody has not made a compelling enough case, enough people may pull their computers off of this voluntary botnet that the attack might not be nearly as effective. So it is, in fact, an amazing kind of Athenian democracy. If you forget sort of the ethics of what they're doing, place that to one side, what they've achieved is sort of this set of checks and balances that agrees in a very fluid way on what the target is.
This is the new model of fighting back against the establishment and against corporate power. Don't wait for your knight in shining armor to show up from D.C. The bad news is he ain't coming. The good news is it turns out you're the knight in shining armor.
I believe that Gandhi's views were the most enlightened of all the political men in our time. We should strive to do things in his spirit, not to use violence in fighting for our cause, but by non-participation in anything you believe is evil.
What's next? What's next is all they can do is shut down the internet itself. And we see how that went for them in Egypt. And we, the people, know that when the government shuts down the internet, that's when it's time to shut down the government. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us. And now, you can expect a whole lot more.
Hello, free people of the world. This is Anonymous. It's time to stand up and face the New World Order. Your country calls for you to follow orders and to stand in place like a slave drone. We call for you to say no. We call for you to say you are anonymous. You have the right to stay anonymous, and so shall you do so. Go to protest and stand up for what you believe in. Stand up for what is right. Stand up and say you are anonymous. We are anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
Good evening. We begin tonight with a rare look inside Anonymous.
They're this shadowy and motley group of hackers and activists who answer to no one, drawn together by love of internet mischief.
Well, now they're evolving into this movement of social change, a real driving force behind the Wall Street occupiers. No surprise, they're hated by corporate security, but also hunted by the FBI.
And one of the questions we're asking is, who are these people and why are they taking to the streets? To get some answers, Amber Lyons stepped into the shadows.
Back up. It's a dark and disturbing vision. A world where riot police attack with impunity.
What happened? He got shot. Get back.
Where democracy is corrupted by greed and dissent is crushed. That's how Anonymous sees America. And they say that's why they're fighting back.
We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget.
It's a movement that defies description. Leaderless.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
Faceless. Anarchic.
This is our space.
A loose collective born on the internet. Anonymous has no official members and no hierarchy. But within the group, some individual Anons have greater standing, earned by their skills as hackers, video makers,
to see it with my own eyes and record it myself,
and increasingly street-level activists.
Tell me what police state looks like.
Troy, not his real name, is one of them.
This is what happens when the people have had enough. This is what happens when greed goes unchecked.
Troy says he was drawn to Occupy Wall Street after watching his mother struggle with medical debts. He himself is working 2 jobs to make ends meet, despite having a college degree.
You kind of just lose track of days, lose track of time, but it's worth it. It's all worth it.
We met him at the Occupy Wall Street camp at Zuccotti Park.
There's no specific person that talks for us. It's more like a hive, you know, an idea is brought up and whoever agrees with it, if the overwhelming majority of people that agree with it, then we go with it.
So we're following Troy, and he's been out here policing, kind of making sure that all of these protesters are getting along with the community and not causing any problems.
We're handling internal affairs as far as damage control within the community, making sure that everybody's respecting the local small businesses around here. How's it going?
But he's not just watching over the protests. He's also watching the police. Part of the evolution of Anonymous from hackers to activists. Anonymous was born a decade ago in one of the weirdest and darkest corners of the internet. An anything-goes image board called 4chan. 4chan users post anonymously, and the name stuck.
We do not forgive.
The group adopted a distinct identity and its own symbolism. A mask taken from the movie V for Vendetta. A retelling of the story of the English rebel Guy Fawkes and his plot to blow up the House of Lords in 1605. Instead of gunpowder, Anonymous uses the internet. Anonymous attacks its targets by flooding and crashing corporate and government websites, or digging up and publicizing highly embarrassing information. It's called trolling. They troll targets out of genuine outrage, but also just for fun.
LULZ, it's a kind of pluralization and bastardization of laugh out loud.
New York University professor Gabriella Coleman has been watching Anonymous for years.
It's a term that kind of denotes the sort of pleasure, humor, laughter, everything from something which is quite playful, harmless, to engaging in a kind of full-fledged trolling attack that humiliates.
Anonymous's campaigns, known as operations or ops, can be dramatic. In late 2010, a distributed denial of service attack took down the website of PayPal after the company cut off support for the online whistleblower site WikiLeaks.
PayPal continues to withhold funds from WikiLeaks, the beacon of truth in these dark times.
16 Anons were arrested by the FBI, charged with conspiring to intentionally damage PayPal's computers.
This is a message from Anonymous to the Bay Area Rapid Transit System BART.
This summer, Anonymous attacked the San Francisco area's public transportation system, BART. BART had cut cell service within the transit system as a way of disrupting anti-police brutality protests. Anonymous's reaction was devastating and vicious.
We will not issue any more warnings.
Op BART included the release of a naked photo of a senior BART employee.
Sometimes it kind of makes you laugh, sometimes it makes you cringe, sometimes it makes you laugh and cringe at the same time. All of a sudden, you're like, oh my gosh, there is this, dagger that's being thrown.
And a naked photo.
Yeah, a naked photo.
Do you feel like there is a fear out there of what they could possibly find or leak about a certain individual?
Absolutely. I mean, that's what makes them who they are, is that they are kind of bad boys and rude boys to some degree. There is a dual sort of fascination and horror that goes on at the same time.
Be aware, be vigilant.
Anonymous was evolving, using its power to shock and disrupt to affect social change. During the
We are Anonymous.
Greetings, citizens.
Boom, boom. All right, and we are live. Welcome to Anonymous Bites Back, episode 34. This is Tyler Jordan. Our other guests, would you like to introduce yourselves today?
My name's Preston from Texas.
Preston. Babyface.
Hey.
There you go.
Sorry, I had you muted because my dogs have been going crazy because my husband and Cass just got here with some food, so.
And then we got, we also have here Debbie.
Yep.
Debbie's here.
Debbie's here.
And we are expecting more to come in. We do have a guest from Kashmir that wanted to talk. Unfortunately, right now in Kashmir, they're having, I believe it's still going on right now, where they've limited the internet connections. He was telling us that this is something, essentially he says he can't get anything other than a 2G connection right now because of what's going on out there. Hopefully we'll have him back and we can explain more. So, Preston, what do you want to talk about?
Well, this guy's case, any introduction, like what this guy's facing. He mentioned something with the Indian Army, but I didn't catch much more than that.
All I know is that he said he had to go to the police station to go get his friends out of jail.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. I mean, Loki gave you more of an intro on the guest.
No, it's an interesting situation over there right now in India. I guess they're having a vote on whether to bomb Pakistan.
Oh, gosh.
And they're allowing the people to vote. I'm not sure that's really been made too public yet and kept under wraps. I'm not sure if that's what he wanted to discuss. And that could be part of what's going on with the situation in there. That came to me about 3 or 4 days ago, I guess. And like I said, I haven't seen anyone really reporting on it. Was confirmed through satellites and everything and through some of the people. And we also have someone else who's looking for other guests right now that could maybe shed some more light on that. I was talking to him a little bit ago. So, for now, I don't know. Maybe move to another topic you guys want to talk about.
Well, I do kind of want to talk a little bit about what's going on in Kashmir. Apparently, there's also an election going on from what I had read, and the government right now had censored the internet during the protests, or they had shut it down, and right now their internet's not at full capacity in Kashmir. That's all. That's all the information that I got. I was really hoping our guests would come on, but
I think that region's had like 7 or 8 wars since say 45, 47. It's fairly contested part of the country up there. I just wish I knew more about it. Yeah, yes. The recent details though, yeah, it's hard to find. I haven't seen much of anything, especially with all this other war talk going on.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's the news coming out right now is incredibly difficult to decipher and read through. So little is coming out that it's we pretty much need firsthand knowledge of exactly what's going on in the streets there, and with the blackout. And we did give the guest to change the DNS. I'm not sure if he doesn't know how to do that. From what the chat was saying, I don't think he quite understands how to change the DNS over there. My daughter's over there also. I could see. Let me contact her. Let me see what she's up to, because she wanted to talk earlier, and maybe she can give us a better idea. I'll be back.
Okay.
All right.
All right, and then we also anybody up to date on what's going on in Myanmar?
No idea on that one. Now that's separate from Kashmir, right?
Yeah, Myanmar. It's another country.
Myanmar's,
yeah,
right.
Yeah, the Rohingya are getting murdered. This has been going on for a while now. I'll wait till Gabe gets on to talk a little bit more about that.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Zaid? No.
It's Casper.
Casper, what's going on?
Hey, what up?
Hey. All right. Preston, you had some stuff. You had some topics you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, there's other elections going on in the world. A big one coming up in France. You had Le Pen, French National Party. Looks like she pulled out a win, at least in the primaries the other day. But the good news on her is she's called the EU flag an oligarchic rag. So she's very much behind the French flag. Get rid of the EU. So.
Well, there's been major protests in France going on that's been underreported,
Oh yeah, for a while, yeah, inside the city too.
Oh, Ross, you sound like you're
Venezuela.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah, he's right. Venezuela too.
I moved away from the Bluetooth.
Oh, yeah, you sound like you're like shit.
He's breaking up.
Like Nintendo.
I'll end time while I go and.
What, is everybody losing their connection right now?
Put the fries. But he got 1, 2. Yeah, he only got 4. That's why I said split fries. Really clear yourself.
Let's see here.
Yeah, I haven't oh, come on.
Hello.
Hello.
I look so weird.
Ross.
Hold on a second. Okay, now I'm back in the Bluetooth.
Okay, good. You sound a little better. Yes, but in France, though, they were, having some riots and some protests going on, and it was, to be honest with you, it was kind of fucking cool. I never seen anything like that.
Yeah, I mean the Swedes, the French, Germans to a lesser extent. having massive, migrant problems. Just, all these no-go zones. I think there's like 50 or 60 of them in France alone, where the Muslims have taken over. I mean, they got big problems, man.
Well,
let's just put it this way: it ain't working out.
Yeah, it's well. I look at how I looked at the French preliminaries was it was basically Trump versus Clinton over there.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah.
With Le Pen being Trump and the young guy being Clinton, being a Rothschild baby, and there's really it's kind of interesting situation again how what Trump done to set the precedence for this whole bringing nationalism back. And, to me, nationalism, or I guess we call patriotism, since there is a difference, and the patriotism is going to be, in my opinion, the death of humanity, because once you start, standing up for only your borders and your country, that's how wars start. That's how hate is created and fostered. And Hitler's a great example of that when he turned Germany into a patriotic country. And, we could say in a way, and I'm sure it might get some flack, are the Muslims are the Jews of France right now.
Yeah.
And I could be wrong. I mean, but that's my initial reaction.
I mean, there was, and this was something that was like, it was in the news and it wasn't, and there was a lot of immigration, from Syrian refugees all over Europe. So that's another thing that's been going on.
Correct, and it's interesting though that all the countries that are all complaining about this, we'll say, refugees, are the ones doing the bombing, doing the one financing. And I'm not quite sure how we get across to the public is if you don't want refugees, stop bombing their countries.
Yes. Yeah, it was in I believe Germany was one of the big ones where a lot of them got just ended up there. I think France was another one, and
Greece wasn't. I think Greece also.
Greece, yes,
was a huge one. They had hundreds of deaths coming over there, and they're all local, and that's one reason. At least in the States, whether it be North America, South America, or Canada, doesn't really have an issue because the transportation. So.
There's a no-go zone in Dearborn, Michigan right now, too, and the militias here are talking about going and marching down the street there in full battle rattle armored gear and assault rifles.
For what reason?
They basically said there shouldn't be any no-go zones in America, and they're tired of it, and they're not going to take it anymore.
Okay, no-go zone. Do you want to explain that for the listeners?
Basically, Dearborn, Michigan has turned into one big Muslim community, and Americans, like white people, aren't allowed to go in there, basically. Wow. And people who are not Muslim.
Well, they don't. Yeah, they won't. They'll run the police out.
There was just a doctor arrested for doing genital mutations to females there.
Wow.
Oh, you're talking about FGM, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, that's always going to be one that's always going to be controversy, but my own personal opinion is I love Muslims. I love everybody, and there's like right now there's a lot of and I see this a lot, even in the non-community, and I hate to say this, I really hate to say this, when you see posts, anti-Muslim, anti-Jew, anti-this, anti-Polish, anti-Russian, anti-this, always think to yourself, is this brainwashing? Is this something that we, that's only further dividing us? These are insignificant matters. What really matters is that, we as a race need to learn how to adjust and get along with each other, or we're gonna fucking kill each other. That's right. That's.
Well, right now it's Anonymous Ohio. Anonymous Ohio is having a lot of infighting too. A lot of internal bickering here.
Right. Well, if I can even expand on what Tyler said, and I am in full agreement with Tyler on that, is that we all need to love each other.
A certain anon sect out here in Ohio has turned violent and think that hurting people and being violent is the way to get things done. They've attacked elderly people. They've burnt American flags. They've pushed down elderly people. They pushed one down at a last event and cracked her head open. They were spitting on people.
Well, here's where I wanted to go with this. So if you go back into the early immigrations, okay, that wasn't actually very uncommon. You had Irish immigrants living in their areas. You had Italian immigrants living in theirs, and everyone was very sectionalized at that time. And guess what? Over time, everyone melded together. Of course, you know, in all your cities, you still have, you know, your neighborhoods. So there's really nothing wrong with that. And as far as burning the flag goes, and again, I guess blackness, it's a flag. It's a piece of, it's nothing else. Why isn't there a flag for humanity? Why did people have to stand behind the United States? Because I am still waiting for anyone to tell me when the United States was great.
It's never been.
Yep. It's never been.
Please. So, you know, why are we standing behind a flag? And you have to understand, I'm a retired, you know, sharp skinhead. I have 100% USA tattooed on my knuckles. I have.
My problem is, though, when anons turn violent. That's what I have a problem with. When you're shoving people and spitting on people because you don't like their other belief or you disagree with them, so you're going to go assault.
Right, and then exactly, but then hate.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, I think what Tyler was going with is the brainwashing of exactly that, of what's going on in the communities. Is that, you know, it's rather than live and let live, it's either you live our way or get out.
Yeah. Exactly.
You know, and there's no tolerance for being able to disagree. You know, and again, I'll go back into the, you know, early 20th century, the 1920s, 1890s, that 30-year period where immigration was huge with a lot coming over here, and they did segregate themselves. And guess what? Nothing changed. Okay, right. The Constitution still stayed in place. You know, the Irish didn't bring their government with them. The Italians didn't bring their government. All the people that immigrated here in the late 19th and early 20th century, they didn't change the Constitution. And people are being created all over that this hate, and I'm not quite sure how to counter it except with love. And we have to get the message out.
It's mostly coming from the media, and like they're misinterpreting things, or they're pushing things a specific way to move the people a certain way, and people are not recognizing that.
Well, the problem with Muslims is they bring Sharia law with them. They're not, and you know, not all of them, but a lot of them, they don't want to assimilate. That's the problem.
But okay, President, and we can disagree on that. But how do we know this? How do we know that they don't want to assimilate? I know plenty of Muslims who have no problem assimilating.
Well, that's right. No, and I have too. It's just you get, you know, in these more extreme groups or in these denser areas, like say at Dearborn, they'll get you know, for lack of a term, radicalized to the point where they don't want the local law enforcement. They don't cooperate. They want their own police. They want their the female police there can wear hijabs now. I mean, so, you know, instead of them assimilating with us, they're demanding that we assimilate with them. And that's where you go wrong. It's the same thing with these no-go zones in Europe. It's the same things going on there.
Well, psychologically,
you also got to understand the difference between like your mainstream Muslims and your Orthodox Muslims. Where it's more than just a religion or anything, it's a way of life. It's a culture. And it's hard for people to actually come out of that and accept other things.
Ross,
so they're going to want to carry that with them.
Well, again, though, didn't we have that? I'll go right back again. Didn't we also have that, though, with your Protestants and your Catholics and your Episcopalians when they first immigrated and they refused to follow certain things? And guess what? Over time, it worked itself out. And yes, there was a lot of violence, obviously, between the different factions and the neighborhoods, but it did work itself out. And I believe now what we're seeing is a pre-Nazi Germany propaganda. And as I said, is that this
another problem we're having out here in Ohio is other anon sects that are trying to basically cause infighting by trying to get other anons and other sects in Ohio to turn on the ones in their own sect.
Well, I think that's kind of a more of a different conversation altogether.
Yeah.
The cause of it is.
Hey, Ross, can you do me a favor? I'm hearing some really weird feedback between you and Daphne.
It's because me and Babyface are in the same room with each other, right next to each other.
Oh, okay. All right. So can one of you guys like mute each other when the other one's talking? There you go.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
But no, and no, you make a valid point, and I don't, that's always going to be a thing of contention within such a large group where there are, no leaders and there's a variety of sects, and you're always going to have people whose sole goal is to create some sort of division, and whether it be for fear of success, whether it be their own fears, whether it be a power trip, and it's the people that are causing dramas, in my opinions, are the ones I don't want to say should be left behind, because that's not fair. I think everybody and anybody who becomes or wants to associate with Anonymous, I don't think you can become Anonymous. I think you either are or you're not, and it's not your choice. It's your peer's choice whether you are. But there's the ones that need to be taken under the wing and shown that this just isn't how it's done, or, for the lack of a better word, shunned for now. I have no problem blocking people that refuse to listen anymore. I will just move on and try to reach the people who want to learn and who want to listen. And of course, there are some who I will always take under my wing and try and be a mentor and a student as well to them, because we can learn a lot from them. And that's another way to look at the people causing division, is we're learning. You look at them as our teachers on what not to do.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's one of the reasons why a few of us have actually gotten together and decided we don't really need all this division amongst not only Anonymous, but the people as a whole. Even though we don't have like common beliefs, we can downright be disgusted by someone else's beliefs. But the thing is we ourselves are not each other's enemy. We all have a common oppressor, and we should actually be working together to correct this issue instead of fighting with each other, which is probably with the media right now, pushing things to create this division between everybody, whether it's Christian and Muslim or whatever. And yeah, we just all need to come together and actually address the issue instead of falling prey to all this. And we need to really truly waking up for this.
All right, guys. Sorry, I just hopped on. What are we talking about tonight?
Well, we were supposed to be talking about Kashmir and Myanmar for a bit. I'm going to wait till Gabe gets on. Gabe's going to get off of work and is going to talk a little bit more about that. But for right now, we were talking about sex divisions. Yeah. Oh no, we're also talking about we were also getting into what I've been seeing in the Anon community, and I have to bite my tongue because yes, like Pucks has been saying before, is that a lot of people within the Anon community need to be re-educated about this. They see a Muslim or they see somebody post in Arabic or Farsi, or they post somebody in another language, and automatically they're the bad guy. They're this and they're that. No, we are all one. We're all part of. We're all fighting the system. Some of the best hackers I know come out of the Middle East. I hate to say it. So yeah. So I mean, to burst your bubble, unless we all unite and realize that we're all a human race and we're all fighting the same thing. We're all fighting for a better world for our children. When you fight amongst yourselves or amongst each other, at least in the internet and groups and all this and that, over a religion, it's utterly fucking ridiculous. It's the same. Yeah, it's a distraction.
Well, exactly, Tyler, and and it's even and I'll even take it a step further and go more over to my stances with this, but I'm a pacifist, and everybody knows this, and I'm very vocal about it. However, forget who was saying that there's anonymous committing violence. There's nothing that's saying anonymous is peaceful. As much as I don't agree with it, as much as I believe that nonviolence is the answer, there's nowhere that has ever been stated. First of all, because there's no official stance behind anonymous that says we are or we are not. In fact, it clearly states, if you want to look at the creed, that we are a pure contradiction. Even if I am right in my pacifist stance, I am still wrong, because anonymous will always be a contradiction. And as I've told Preston, and as I think I've told other people, I'll be the one, doing kumbaya down the street while they're protecting my asses. You know what I mean?
Hey guys, I just want to say hello. It's Jay.
What's Jay?
Happening? You alright?
Yeah.
See how?
Hey.
Hey, well, give us.
So yeah, so I mean, I think there's, I think there's room for everybody. No, I don't believe in violence. However, I can't say, I can put my personal beliefs out there, but I can't say whether it's wrong or right. I mean, the facts show that nonviolence have a higher success rate, but there is some success in a violent overthrow of governments or of people, whether I want to admit it or not, even if it is a lower success rate. So I think when anyone speaks for anonymous, you have to understand that you're speaking for yourself, really, because you can't speak for anyone. And I can denounce the violence, and I can try and educate people on nonviolence, but at the same time, I still have to respect their views and how they go about it, even if I may disagree. And that's part of unity. That is part of understanding one another.
True, but
I mean, remember, as I said, we don't have to like one another, but we should all love one another.
I'm also seeing the effects of what it will cause, because for one thing, number one, that violent act, you can go into blogs, you can go on YouTube and see comments.
You're breaking up
real bad. What happened?
Yeah.
People that are on our side, the general public kind of thing going on, the rest of us, sitting beside that. And it's actually putting a taste of anonymous in the people's mouth. They're going to.
It's like division, isn't it? They're trying to cause people to think they're all Muslims are bad.
Is that Jay?
Yeah, it's Jay. Hey, Bucks. Hey, bro.
Hey, brother, what's going on, man?
We were told at the last event that we went to that there were some people that were splitting off from this certain Anon sect that was doing the violence, that the public did not want that in their city, and they were actually losing faith in this certain Anon sect that I'm not going to name, but it's another big city here in Ohio. And they said they were sick of it, and they were not going to be supporting them anymore.
Right. Well, that's actually one of my arguments towards nonviolence. And again, the facts are there to back it up. And I'm going to use the most recent example of No Dapple. And if you look at No Dapple and their peaceful protests and what they accomplished, they had age groups of the very young and the youth, the youth council, all the way up into the elders protesting peacefully together. They were able to unite a world of all races, all religions, all age groups because of nonviolence. And when you look at the statistics of violence, the majority of violent revolutions are between the ages of 22 and 35, and they're all men. Okay, and in order to have a successful, in my opinion, revolution, in order to change the world for the betterment of humanity, as I see it, we need all age groups. We do need the support of every single person. At Occupy Wall Street, we saw the same thing, where it was mostly young men, young women, college kids, labeled hippies, labeled, druggies, whatever. And the older community stayed away for the most part of Occupy Wall Street because they saw it as, they didn't see it as a peaceful resistance. They saw kids urinating on walls. They saw kids spray painting. And in my opinion, if I knew what hacking was, which I don't, but hacking could be also considered violent.
We did a protest here, I think it was last summer. There's a University of Akron president. He was doing very bad things, and everybody, including the city, not just the students, but the city as well. And so we put together a peaceful event that we were going to go and storm the administration building, and we were going to occupy it for 6 hours, and we basically peacefully to remove him from power. The very next Tuesday after that event, I got a phone call, and he had been removed from power because the university couldn't handle the negative publicity of the protests anymore on their campus, and the city was getting sick of it. And nobody got hurt. Nobody got arrested. There was no burning anything. There was no violence of any kind. It was just a peaceful occupation, and it worked, and he was overthrown.
Well, there's something, like I said, there's something to be said about nonviolent resistance. You can get your message out better. I mean, let's take, even another example during the inauguration on the 19th, when, all the violence occurred, and the 20th was pretty much given a bad name. It became a negative connotation towards that protest when they were actually trying to do and get a message across, but no one, including the media, wanted to hear the message because all they could hear was the violence. And that even, that doesn't help that Ashley Judd got up there and did the exact same thing, saying I'm a dirty girl, and was violent and was angry. Madonna, same thing, an angry speech. Where was the speech? Where were, the peaceful people that were talking about change in a positive way? Anger doesn't.
It's just aggression.
Right, because
it's just aggression.
The difference between anger and love is you are born with love. Everyone innately is born with love. You are taught fear, which there becomes anger. Okay? So, and people can relate with love, which is why all the angry talk, in my opinion, does not resonate with the majority of people. And that's why you even see the collective, the idea, whatever you want to call it, mainly young males. Because I was a young male and I was pissed. I was angry. I was beating the shit out of Nazi skinheads.
Yeah. So why were these people beating up on the elderly, though? That's the part I don't get. They might have some anger, but why are they taking?
They were basically this announcement said that they did not a certain rally that was happening. They were going to go and stop the certain rally from happening.
You turned into Stephen Hawkins. You sound like a computer.
Yeah, I couldn't make that out.
I can barely hear you.
Hold on, I'll let him speak through mine. Hold on.
Okay, there you go.
I thought we just pulled in Stephen Hawkins.
Okay, so basically what had happened was there was a rally that was going to happen in this certain city, and it was at the state building.
Russ,
you got to turn off.
You have to mute your other device. I can hear you coming through both of your devices.
Guys, go into separate rooms.
Well, it's freaking me out because I'm looking at a woman's face and him talking.
Yeah. Fuck's like
There it goes.
same
Okay.
thing, mate.
Okay, so there we go.
Like, whoa.
So what had happened was there was supposed to be a rally at the State House.
Mute your other.
It's still happening.
Mute your other device.
I did. I muted it.
Did you?
Yes, it's muted.
All right, cool.
You're talking as a guy, but there's a girl's picture. It looks.
So what had happened was, hold on.
Can anyone else see this, or is it just me?
Jay, leave him alone. Leave him alone.
He's transgender. You can't do that, Jay. We're inclusive.
2017, man.
Anyway, what had happened was there was an event that was supposed to go down at the State House of the city in Ohio, and these other Anons came out and were like, we're going to go and stop this and shut this down because we don't like who they support and what the message they support. So they went and dressed in all black and attacked people. We're shoving people, lighting their stuff on fire. We're punching them. We're spitting on them. Yeah, that sort of thing. And the city said, we don't want this. And actually, a lot of people broke off from their sect because of it and were disgusted by their action.
That sounds like Black Bloc.
Well, it was.
But you listen to last
Bloc.
Right. All right.
No, that's not even bona fide Black Bloc, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
These kids have mixed anonymous with Black Bloc and Antifa tactics.
Yeah.
Can you give me your name? Who's talking right now in through the woman's profile?
Lola.
It's Cass. By your name. That's the only reason. And I was just curious if you listened to the last
Preston laugh. I love his laugh.
Nothing.
Preston.
In the last episode, we kind of discussed instigators, and it's possible that they were instigators in order to give Anons a bad name.
Well, actually, that's really funny you say that, because there is a certain individual within their group that's from Athens, Greece, and he escaped FBI custody, apparently, and he is a very well-known hacker. He's on one of the top hacker lists throughout the world, actually, and somehow he's gotten here to Ohio, and he is running with them. He was there at the event. We had pictures of him at the event. We confirmed it was him, and he was instructing them on what to do.
Well, then what I'd like to say to everybody, and I applaud the people who did walk away from that sec, is, for all the listeners out there, and anyone who will listen to this show later, I would say that, during a protest, if you do see, violent instigators and people.
Somebody's on a respirator.
Fuck. This is getting interesting.
Michael Myers.
Got to airbag him.
Just popped in.
But
it's probably my vaporizer. It's probably my.
All right. You gotta remember to mute your mic at all times if you're not talking.
Okay.
I thought Michael Myers had just come in.
Exactly.
Before we were gonna die.
Tyler,
what did you sound like your second or something?
They thought it was a respirator.
Yes, he's turning into Darth Vader.
Welcome to live radio where anything happens. But yeah. But to go back to protesting, and especially Preston, I'm sure you can speak about this also. Almost all of us can. Is that the more violence you get, the more you're playing into exactly the system you're trying to fight, because you're allowing them to put balls in place to suppress your voice even further. So, if you're out there and you are protesting, do keep it peaceful. There's nothing wrong with having defensive measures put up to protect yourselves and protect those who are peaceful. However, remember, protesting is a message to get your voice heard, and smashing windows, spray painting, any type of violent acts, including language, are giving, the towns, the townships, your governments, your counties, your regions, just more reasons to suppress voice. So
I agree.
So you're playing into hands. And so, I applaud the people who did walk away during your protest out there, transgender guy.
I'm not transgender, thank you very much. I'm far from that. We do actually have an anonymous Akron person who is transgender, though, but he's not in the chat with us.
But I think that's something important that we need to discuss, and make sure we get out that nonviolence really is the answer.
Anonymous Akron, we are mostly nonviolent. Like, we haven't ever done anything that's been violent at protests. The people who did get violent was the police. The police out here, they hate us with a passion. Like, they're hunting us out here. They will stop us if they even see us wearing a non-hoodie down a public sidewalk. They will pull over and they will detain us.
Yeah, actually, the black bloc type and the anons are kind of easy to profile. When you're dressed like that, it's you look like another gang, or a different type of gang, rather.
I just got told to remove an anonymous necklace I had at my job the other day. They told me a religious person was offended by my anon chain.
Well, they're trying to bring out a law where you can't wear anonymous masks, aren't they? Or something like that. That's what I heard, anyway. Trying to stop people wearing masks.
Yeah, can't wear a mask at all.
They don't stop.
Arizona last year during a town hall where the guy was arrested for having an anon mask on his head.
Serious?
Oh man, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, I forget his name. What happened with that? That's where.
Home like a couple summers ago from a friend's house, and it was like 12 o'clock at night, and I had my anon hoodie on, and a Akron PD police car pulled up on me and threw me up against their cop car and called me a criminal hacker because I was wearing an anon hoodie, and searched me and broke my arm for the most part. They popped my shoulder out of something.
He called you a hacker because you were in a hoodie. You should.
Yes, because I was wearing a hoodie. They called me a criminal hacker. They said hacker organization.
My computer.
Well, haven't you?
I would have been like, "Fuck you! My computer's not in my pocket, so you can't call me a hacker." What am I doing? Hacking here? I'm hacking here. I would have just been like, "You can't arrest me. You got no grounds."
Well, dude, man, it's gonna be interesting for me this year, and because
next week, innit? May the 1st March we're going to.
Yeah, hey man, but I mean, I'm not going to May 1st, but I mean, I'm doing my own part, but I've got some tech stuff I've got to handle.
Wicked.
Yeah.
It's global though, so guys, if you're out there and you're listening, May the 1st, global march is going to be the next biggest thing to what we normally do on November the 5th. I'd say it's going to be a lot of people, on the streets.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Every city across the world, I've heard it's going to be quite big. Is that true, Pax? Is he there?
I know DC is going to be pretty interesting. I've had people message me wanting me to go. But it's going to be interesting, man, because DC has a no mask law, period.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see what is done with that. And hey, I encourage everybody to, man, fuck the police, dude. Fuck them. But
now, has Anonymous ever been declared like a terrorist organization by Interpol or since it's global?
I've heard supposedly through DHS that we were.
Terrorist organization.
Yeah, we're flagged. I mean, that's what I've heard too. Like, we're flagged.
Yep, we are.
I mean, fuck them.
Yeah, we're domestic terrorists, right? Yeah. Or international terrorists.
I don't know what they're talking about, man. They can search my house. All I do is
hey, you're wearing a mask. You're wearing a mask. You're a terrorist.
Oh, get him.
You know I'm the man.
There he is, Green Man. Grab him.
I have 4 masks.
No, he just falls to the back lines and starts lurking.
In my little green mask.
You lurking on a thread.
What about? I gotta congratulate my bro on having a baby live. Steve, congratulations, bro, on having your little baby. Steve, can you hear me?
Man, I definitely. Yeah, I can hear you.
We got new forks, now, haven't we? Baby forks.
We do. We have a new. Yeah, Jay made me a personal picture, and I posted it all over Facebook for him.
It's cool, isn't it?
It was cool, man. I was into it.
I wasn't going to say the baby's name on live because I didn't know if you wanted me to say it, so if I just called him Baby Forks.
Oh yeah, well I mean, man, I said, screw all the bullshit, man. I'm operating off of a legitimate account now, so good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see how this thing goes.
How many accounts have gone down? It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot on both sides.
Yeah, I know. Oh. Is Mike coming on tonight, or is he not about? Is he? Steve?
Yeah.
Is Mike about? Is he coming on?
Is who coming on, Mike?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that he wanted to. I mean, a couple people wanted to come on from what I saw, but I don't know where they're at.
Yeah. All right. That's cool.
Hey, so how are the Muslims over there in your part of the UK, Jay? What's going on there?
I don't know, man. It's the same thing globally, isn't it? It's just like people like see a Muslim and that these days now, and because of the government, it's like you're on a bus or something and you're like, well, is this Muslim? Some people like look at them now and they think, am I safe? Am I safe to be standing by this Muslim? Or I don't know. They've installed so much fear into people that you look at Muslims now and some people are like, shit, what's going to happen to me? Is this guy going to fucking attack me? Or, I mean, I've seen people act like I've been on trains and buses and I've seen people like, see Muslim people like, don't want to go near them, and it's just like, whoa, chill out, man. It's just fucking, he's probably just a nice guy, like, just because the government are painting a picture that they're terrorists and whatnot. That's dividing to conquer. It's not real. The government are trying to cause a race war, aren't they? They're trying to cause people to go against Muslims. Muslims are the bad guys. Muslims did 9/11. Muslim. But it's not. In fact, it's us. It's the Western power. They're fucking destroying everything. That's what I believe, anyway.
Yeah, I just got a reminder in another one of the chats. You guys want to talk about Myanmar?
Talk about
what?
Myanmar.
Oh. Yeah, what the hell's going on over there? I don't know either.
Well, essentially, there's a group of people called the Rohingyas, and essentially it's been going on for a while now. A mass genocide going on. I was seeing the pictures coming out in October of little children and kids being nailed up in the fences, chopped up into little pieces.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this has been going on for a while, and I've also heard of stories where some of them are trying to leave the country by their own means, and this is something that's not really well reported. And they'll end up in these, especially if they're females, they'll end up in prostitution rings when they try to exit the country. Really bad things will happen to these people. Yeah, and a lot of it was started by the local Buddhists. The original action. I don't know, George.
No, you're pretty much covering it right there. But one of the other things that does happen when they try to leave the country, they're kind of being like forced out by the Buddhist monks in their country towards Bangladesh. And the soldiers, like, they're having to cross, I guess it's like a small bay in the ocean or something. I'd have to look at a map to really see, but some form of waterway, and they're crossing by boat. And, like, the soldiers in Bangladesh are, just taking shots at them in the boats as they're trying to come across and escape the persecution in their own countries. So these guys really don't even have anywhere to run to.
No, the local and in Myanmar will not declare these people citizens as well, even though they were there before Myanmar was established as a country. If I'm not correct.
so many other things. This goes back to resources. They discovered a lot of natural resources on the Rohingyas' land that they were living on, and so now they want to push them further off of their land, and you know the rest. Take the resources, kill the people.
Right. Well, there's a lot of, again, Myanmar is one of those that nobody really listens, that no one's really followed, as we all know. But it all started, I guess, around in 2011.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, I think it was around 2011 when it was just came down to one of the, if anybody wants to answer this question, what's the one thing that causes everybody to war? Religion.
Yeah. Ah, gotcha.
So it was, it was an ethnic between, I guess, the Buddhists. There's three different groups of people, right? And the Rohingya, I think.
Yes, the Rohingya.
Yeah. So there's three different groups, and they are trying to flee to Bangladesh, but the soldiers are the ones really committing the crimes. In the suppression, because it is a mainly Buddhist country, but the argument can be made as Buddhists that soldiers aren't Buddhists. We would never bear arms. It's not that we're not all Buddhists are pacifists. Some are, some are not, but they also only believe in self-defense, and that's the big argument: is at what point is self-defense, like the U.S. is using, that we want to bomb, let's say, North Korea because we're defending our country even though nothing has happened. And that's, I think, is the argument that's being used, is they're defending themselves.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but you know what I'm seeing, the images that I was seeing was little children chopped up into little pieces with machetes, and then the body pieces were nailed up into walls for all to see.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, and there wasn't a little bit. There was a lot of this going on.
Well, there's a really famous image going around. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it and don't even know where it's from or what it's about, but it's the image. It's a bridge where there's a woman and a young child hanging off the edge of the bridge.
Oh.
And I mean, I know I see that just go around Facebook, and I see that labeled as a lot of other stuff as well, like like people trying to say that that's out of Middle Eastern Muslim countries where they're hanging people for shit that nobody's really ever going to get hung for.
There's nothing really new though. When Christians, I don't want to say invaded, but when Christians came over, I believe in the 13th century, into Asian territories, there was a heavy revolt from Buddhists. And Christian missionaries were tortured, and it's very, very parallel to what's going on now in Myanmar, in that they are, they're hoarding the government. I guess the government going into towns, as we've seen, just again, we'll use Nazi Germany as an example, going into towns and saying, turn them over, and the towns because there are towns that are practicing towns.
Oh, do we lose you?
I think George died off there.
Yeah, I got cut off again.
Yes.
There we go. I don't know what's going on.
Guys, I was gonna something interesting I seen is have you guys seen what the Queen said a few days ago? The Queen of England, Elizabeth.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it leaked that she fucking said at a party that they were she wanted World War III in 2017, and they needed to follow through with the plans. It was pretty dark, but yeah. So, what's your thoughts then? Do you think she's right? Do you think they are pushing for World War III this year, or?
Oh, I definitely believe they're pushing for World War III this year. The way everything is escalating, I mean, shit, it's like hourly now. It's not even like stuff escalating by the day. I mean, it's by the second even. Shit's just getting worse everywhere.
Right. Well, Jay, I'm not going to be rude, and Steve, I'm not going to be rude, but
let's try and go back to the topic on Myanmar, Jay. We can come back to the Queen of England. All right, because we all know what's going on because there has been.
Oh, you cut off. Sorry, George. George.
You know I love
Sorry,
you.
George.
Just
You cut
remember
off,
where
and I
does
just
the
went.
water go before you speak. Just
Cut
ask
off
yourself,
before you
where
were
does
gone.
the water go, Jay?
I thought you were gone, man. You cut off. You cut off. Everyone said that you would. They said, "Where's George?"
Well,
gone?
I think we're having a
So I
delay here
jumped in.
going on here. Yeah.
But
yeah,
yeah, I get every now and then I get thrown off here, but that's okay.
So I just started a whole new subject.
But we can even talk about, since we are live streaming from Facebook, we can do a little Facebook bashing and use them to our advantage, and about how the tag Myanmar was not being allowed.
That's what I was actually just about to say.
Yeah, it was banned from Facebook.
It's not even to the point like where it's just blocked being typed. It's like I did an article with an interview with Keyhole Sec when they were doing their operations against the country, and even having the hashtag in the article, it was causing the article to be blocked. So like they really are trying to keep this nice and quiet.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, remember they had to use special characters just to even put Myanmar in Facebook.
Oh,
Remember
yeah.
that?
I mean, like, and not just like your average special characters. I mean, these special characters were a little bit ridiculous to where they were like bleeding over onto the next lines and shit.
Right. Now, what would be the reasoning behind, like, what I guess the question would be is why is it okay for, Yemen to be in the news, for Libya to be have no problem, even Israel, but what is it behind Myanmar that they are trying to hide? Any theories on that? Because
Israel. I was talking today, and apparently, I think Gabe. Gabe even sent me the same article that was referring to Israel was supplying the Myanmar government with weapons during this conflict, knowing full well what the local government is doing with the weapons.
It's a military, essentially a military government over there, but very secretive. It just seems like they fall into the hands of elite.
Our country is just as bad. We give guns out to the people. Out to when was the Mujahideen, and who did they later become?
Right. Well, I guess, and we all know, I guess, what Myanmar's been under, 5 decades of strict military rule, which is one reason it's so hard to get some information out of there. So would you say that Israel, who's supplying them with arms, are trying to keep their names out of it? Because everyone knows that the U.S. and Israel fund Saudi Arabia, and that's not an issue.
Yeah, I don't know. I was reading the article, and they I don't know. I guess I don't know.
Well, that's why.
Well, I think one of the biggest reasons because it's like you can do other hashtags related to the genocide in Myanmar, but I think specifically that the op hashtag was banned because that was one that was gaining quite a lot of traction because of the anonymous South Africa group. I mean, dude, these guys were getting, reaching 100,000 people a day with this hashtag. And, this event on a global level is still very, very quiet. So I really feel like them taking out that op hashtag was a means to try to keep it on that silent level globally. Because, I mean, you can't engage the average person with a conversation about this. They've never even heard of the country, let alone the situation.
You're like, where's Myanmar? Like, where the hell is that? Is that?
Well,
can you point it out on a map?
You're like, it's somewhere near Antarctica, right? No. It's in Asia.
I think it borders Thailand on one side.
I think it's Thailand, Laos, China, Bangladesh. It's right in that region there. So, but for those of you who are not familiar with Myanmar, and for the people who are following, start spreading the word as we've been trying to do.
And I think, hey Ed, nice to talk to you. Glad you're on tonight.
What up?
We missed each other last time, but you know, I think a lot of times in the collective, and I know I'm guilty of this, is we jump on a bandwagon and we do forget, the atrocities that are going on there. And I was guilty of this myself, and I forget who corrected me, but I think it was Freddie. But I said there's presently 7 wars going on right now. There's actually 8 wars going on. And they're the ones that we know about. That's not including the war that I feel is presently going on, whether it's a Cold War or not, in North Korea, which is where I was leading with Myanmar, which is why I wanted to wait on Queen Elizabeth J. With the new developments there, with the U.S. docking. This is a very interesting story. The U.S. docked a nuclear sub in South Korea today, and they also deployed their missile defense in residential areas in South Korea, and the South Korean people are protesting. In case you haven't heard,
they're ordering the evacuation of 200,000 U.S. Americans who are in South Korea right now.
Is that the latest? I haven't had a chance to check. But yeah, I mean, there's something is going to happen. I guess Trump called also all the Senate into place. But before we touch on North Korea, stay focused on Myanmar. My point of this is that we tend to forget about our Yemen. Palestine is certainly brushed under the rug. I mean, how long has Palestine been going on? And it seems like anytime, something new happens, we're like, hey, let's jump on this, rather than staying focused on, the atrocities that have been continuing to go on. So, I'd like, that's just a special request is, make sure, keep up with everything. Just because you're not seeing about it doesn't mean it's not happening. Type in atrocities in Yemen and, you'll probably get 50,000 hits. Same, Palestine, you probably even get twice. Myanmar.
If you take a drive through Israel and then you take a drive through fucking Syria, you'd see the difference in Israel is like completely contact, and then you go through like Yemen, like George is saying, and then it's completely destroyed. So they just won't attack Israel because that's the plan. It's the Greater Israel Project.
Well, I'm
on.
always a huge fan of. If I knew what hacking was, I always say hack Israel, boycott Israel. That hasn't been going around. I haven't seen too much of that lately. People, boycotting Israel anymore. And the products they support, and all you really got to do is boycott Israel, and you'll get up a list of companies that are involved with Israel and who you can boycott. So,
and I'll tell you right now, that is absolutely very, very effective. These people that are getting hit by it, the nation of Israel, they're afraid of the boycott movement. They put people on the streets to, counteract any kind of protests that the boycott movement might be having.
Was that about a year ago, Ed, that Israel was actually throwing a fit about
US I forgot all about that. They were throwing a big fit over the BDS movement.
Yeah, and I think, and that's another thing, for people who are listening, you say, well, I'm not a hacker. I don't know, I can't help Anonymous, or I'm disabled. I can't, get to the protest. You know what you can do? You can boycott. There you go.
I'm disabled and I'm hosting.
That's because you're a special wonder twin power, Deb. You're rocking. But
thank you.
My point is, and I know you go everywhere. You everywhere you possibly can, man. Props to you on that. But there's so many different ways to protest, and boycotting is one of them. Do your information, do your research, find out who Israel, what products Israel buying, supporting, funding, and boycott them. And it does, as Ed said, make a difference. Go ahead, Ed. Continue with your how it makes a difference, brother.
I mean, that's not just Israel too. That's anything out there. I mean, Monsanto. There's a big boycott movement against Monsanto already, but I mean, anything that you're not in agreement with, stop giving it your money. That is the most powerful way you can voice your opinion on any situation, is to cut off your supply of money to that situation.
Definitely.
Speaking Israel, the tech lady that works at my job who does all the computers, the servers, all that stuff, she's actually from Israel and was in the Israeli army.
An Israeli army, yeah?
Yeah, she was Israeli army. She's the tech lady who does all the computers, the internet, and the servers in the place I work at.
Fuck. See, I think that Israel is behind ISIS. I think that they're involved. I think. What's the name? Secret. Oh shit! What's the name? I can't think. Someone whistleblowed about it, didn't they? It was the Israeli Secret Investigation System or something like that.
Mossad?
Yeah.
The Mossad's doing it.
Before they asked me to remove my Anon chain, somebody had gone through my locker at my job and had a duplicate key of the locker, and the management is denying that anybody has a key to those, that there's no extra keys out and about. And I told them today that that's bullshit. Somebody has it. And I guarantee it's that tech lady, the Israeli lady.
Well, no, because I've worked at several plants. It's usually a manager that'll have the master key.
Right.
No,
Something like that.
they said there is no keys, but there was a key in my locker. My locker was unlocked and my bag was gone through.
Well, your managers are lying to you. Let's put it that way.
Did you complain? Did you complain, bro?
Confronted them on. I'm like, you are so full of shit. I was like, I know for a fact that one of you guys did it, and I want to know who it is. I was like, and I bet you it's that tech lady from Israel, because I had the Anon mask hanging from my neck, from my chain.
Plant yourself a little camera in there. Disguisable.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually.
It is.
Hey, who's that? Hello?
And anything, any kind you can imagine, you can get a camera.
That's a good.
Who stepped in? Hello? Who's that?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, it's the lady. I just heard the new lady's voice. I didn't know.
Oh, it's Debbie.
Debbie. Oh, hi, Debbie. All right.
Hello.
And also, for people who are protesting, and again don't have options, and this is, I believe, for the states only. And Hugo, thank you for this, brother. There's something called Resist Bot. It's RESISTBOT. Okay, it is to send text, and they will fax your state representative for you. Okay, and you text, you get this bot. It's called Resist Bot, and then you text resist, and write this down, people. Get your pen and pencils. We'll give you. Anybody want to do the Jeopardy theme song while people grab their pencils? All right, everybody has pen and pencils. All right, so you're gonna get resist. So you're gonna get Resist Bot, and you're going to text resist to 50409. And it's really it's a URL. It's just resistbot.io, and they will send the letter for the representatives for you. If you live outside the states, just give them your post. Give them a U.S. postal code, and you can help the U.S. out. Hugo wrote a beautiful letter, which I'd like to read to everybody. And this will be faxed on his behalf to his representatives. And it says, "Dear Senator, blah, blah, blah. I believe every problem we have in this country is systematic of our country's priorities. Our Congress is for sale to the highest bidder. Our cities and infrastructure nationwide are in grave condition. Our healthcare system and social safety net continues to be inadequate as expenditures for war increase. These are corporate wars, elite wars, wars for profit. We don't believe the story anymore. If you cared one iota about human rights, you'd stop these preemptive wars. Thank you. Sincerely, Hugo." So, again, for people who are always asking, what can I do to help? There you go. All right. All you have to do is text 5 freaking numbers, and they'll fax it for you. You don't even need a fax machine anymore. So get writing, people.
Awesome. And you hear that on ABB.
Well, one day I will get Hugo on here with me because
that'd be cool.
Hugo can talk, and Earl also wants to be on one day.
Oh well, hopefully by the summer we'll have European platforms going on as well. The way we're growing.
We hope so.
The way it's growing. Yeah. Hope so though. Be a lot easier for me.
But what are some other, Ed? What are some other ways that you've used when you can't get to a protest, brother?
Well, you got all these GoFundMe accounts and other ways, to fund them now as well. I mean, it's not like you have to go. Just get them some good gear.
We don't use GoFundMe's in Anon. No, fuck that.
No.
No.
But no,
GoFundMe's of course a big problem.
Question for the panel, Jay, is what are some other ways that people who do want to help, but they do unfortunately work 9 to 5 and are slaves to the system, unlike some of us who just do what we do. I know nobody has the time that I have, or Ed has, or a lot of us on the panel have. So, what are some other ways that you guys do to get the word out?
That's true. Video and
well, if you don't do the GoFundMe, so how about Patreon or some other ways are out of the question too? No microfunding.
Huh? No wonder. I kept getting cut off. My mic was muted, and I'm sitting there like talking to nothing. I'm like, damn, these guys are rude today. But yeah, I was gonna say the biggest way that you can support any protest that's happening. There's almost always going to be a live stream happening, and that is to share those live streams out and get people watching as it's unfolding.
Yes. Yep. I agree with that.
Also, there's something about that little red icon in the corner of a Facebook video that says live that just makes people want to watch it.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, they'll skip over your pre-recorded videos all fucking day, but man, if it says live, they're going to at least stop and check it out for a minute.
Oh, yeah.
But how does Anonymous fund their actions, or it's just all what comes out of your pocket collectively?
For me, it all comes out of my pocket. I'm now at the point where I'm hoping to pull in donations or sell video footage to more mainstream sources to keep myself on the road. Because I'm finding myself grounded more and more as the money runs thin.
Yeah, that's a loaded question, Preston, because you have people like me who believe in the purity of it. Where if you're going to protest, you're going to find your own way there. There's if you're going to take live video, you're going to have a live video and do it because you care, not to make money. And then you have other people who believe that. And neither one of us are right, and neither one of us are wrong. Let me make that very clear, okay? There's just different points of opinion, and Ed and I have gone back and forth in public on this. And I still respect what Ed does, and I hope Ed respects what I do. But it's a point of contention. There's different ideologies on that. I believe again that as a protester, you're there because you want to be there, and there's other people who pick up the slack if you can't be there, and then there are people who that's what they do. They travel around and they do it. And neither way, like I said, neither way's right, neither way's wrong. It's just how everyone does it. I'm not a huge fan of PayPal's or GoFundMe's. Under the
hell, if you want to be honest about it, none of us are real big fans of fucking PayPal, regardless of what you're using it for.
Yeah. But it all comes down. I think it all comes down to preference, and Ed, I think, has the respect of the majority of the community that they know that he's not out there partying with any of the funds. He's actually getting himself to DC 12, 15 hours away and going to bring you the most accurate footage he can bring you.
George, sorry for...
Hey, I'm very lucky, though, as far as gas goes. It only costs me, depending on the fluctuation of gas prices, between $60 and $80 to get from my house to DC. And man, that's fucking great. I could not go as often as I do if it wasn't for that. I'll fucking tell you that right now.
Well, when we all carpool, we meet up at our safe house out here, together. That way, nobody's left behind. If one car stops, the other car stops.
Yeah, no man left behind.
Oh, right. We did a a trip to Flint, sorry, last year. And I mean, we had several cars in the trip, and like, I mean, we were just, constantly meeting back up and then constantly getting separated, and not a lot of communication. Like somebody oh, I got to stop for gas, and they just pull off, and then we get a call, hey, where are you guys? What mile marker are you at? Wait, you're not behind us? Shit. But hey, I'll tell you what, man, we got close to Flint and we pulled up to like the last rest stop before the city of Flint on the interstate. And I mean, it was like 95% of the people at this rest stop were like with our group, armed militias running around everywhere, ANON flags flying all over the place. It was pretty fucking awesome seeing like that big of a fucking convoy in play.
Right, and they were just up there this weekend also. And I believe what today I think is 1,096 days that Flint has at least been recognized to be poisoning their own people. So for anybody listening, that's another something local that's close to your heart. Keep spreading the word about Flint. Don't let people forget that the U.S. Is bombing other countries for poisoning their people when we're poisoning 3 million people all by ourselves, and no one's coming there to their defense except the people. And even the people of Flint, I think, to an extent, have given up hope at this point.
A lot of them have, but there's still a strong resistance that's been fighting since the beginning. And man, these guys probably couldn't do it without all the outside support that various groups have brought in. They've been fighting for a long fucking time up there. But I mean, they've got some strong warriors. I know one woman. She's battling cancer, fighting against the pipeline that runs through Flint, Michigan, and the water crisis all at once. Like they've really got some people that, man, their lives are dedicated to this shit.
Right. Well, Katrina, if you're listening, please contact Anonymous Fights Back so you can get on here and talk about Flint a little bit better. You're probably one of the most knowledgeable people I know about that.
Cool.
So please get a hold of Anonymous Fights Back. I know you're all good, but
Tyler, can we get her on?
Who?
You know her?
Who?
Katrina. Katrina, is it?
Katrina,
Katrina, George?
Yeah, she's trying to get in. I gave her the link. Let me see.
Cool. Yeah, George, I didn't mean to cut you off, man. You went dead, so then I brought up Queen
Jay,
Elizabeth.
Jay, I'm just glad you're back, man. I'm glad you're back. And
what's your take on the Queen, man? I just wanted to know what you thought about what I said.
Well, first of all, I'll say this very bluntly. I think she's a cunt.
What's that phrase they like to say over there in the UK? How does it go again? Fuck the Queen.
Fuck the Queen.
Fuck the Queen.
But
hey, as long as she's vaporized in the first blast, I'm okay with it.
But what I think is funny,
Good
I don't know
idea.
if you guys saw the article. It wasn't very prominent, but Donald Trump is insisting on riding in the golden carriage.
What?
Rather than an armored vehicle. Hint.
That's strange.
So if if you don't like Trump, he will be riding in a golden carriage with no bulletproof. And I'm not.
Wow.
Hey, if it's good enough for the Queen, it's good enough for Donald Trump.
Also, if you guys don't know, the militia, the 3% militia out here, the Cowboys MC militia, they're getting rather big out here. They've been working with a lot of groups out here and a lot of rallies and protests out here.
Cool, man. Can Donald Trump even tie his shoelaces out,
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think he's that smart. You get a golden star!
Hey, he's good. He's good at being a neocon, starting a lot of wars that Obama couldn't finish.
Right. Well, so since you brought up the militia, though, and there's two militiamen on here, what do you think about 3% and militia joining with anonymous forces?
This is to Ohio or transgender guys. I'm
We actually joined up with them at this last rally, and it went really, really well. We went back and hung out with them at their house, had a big meeting out there.
Was this the Ohio 3%ers group that you were hanging out with?
Ohio 3%, along with another group from Pennsylvania and a couple others, and Ohio 3% Cowboys MC Militia.
Cool.
Do they have the brown shirt that's got like the circle of stars with the Roman numeral 3 in the middle of it, like the townish brand shirts?
Some of them do, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the same militia group that came with us up to Flint last year.
The Cowboys are doing big things out here. They're making a lot of noise. They actually stood up to the kids that were starting the trouble at the last rally, and one almost got a gun pulled on him. One of the Antifa kids, one of the militia guys was saying, "Go ahead, burn that flag again, boy." And the kid was like, "Oh, I'll do it right now." And he freaking was like, "No, you weren't. No, you're not. Watch this." And he freaking pulled a weapon.
Fuck.
And then the other kid was with the Antifa group. He got punched in the mouth, and he was bleeding out the side of his mouth.
What the?
What was that?
It was a
werewolf.
Chirac.
It sounded like a growl.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Just a heads up. We might have some guests coming in to talk more about Myanmar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Can we talk a little bit about what you were saying about the World War now? And I just want to know what you guys are thinking about it. You know, how it's going to go, if, you know, are they going to go with, like, the plan to wipe us out?
They're going to fire a nuke. The last missile they tried to deploy failed on the launch. It blew up on the freaking rocket platform.
Yeah.
Right.
Mr. Kim Jong dumbass couldn't get his penis up. His missile would go off.
Well,
Apparently,
I seen a video on Facebook the other day, and it was Afghanistan, and it was the bomb they dropped on Moab bomb, and it blew up. It blew up so bad. It was like a normal blue sky day, and then when the bomb blew up, it turned it to night for like 10 seconds. It was insane. I don't know if anyone's seen that on Facebook.
Right,
that was crazy.
It's crazy.
We were just dusting the desert out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
But that Kim Jong-un kid, he's just a crazy little fat kid. He's not actually going to do anything. All he is talking big because he has a little dick.
He looks like you could make him into a South Park character, doesn't he?
Kim Jong?
They probably use him in South Park. Yeah, they probably use him on South Park or something, wouldn't they?
But again,
well, somebody.
Go ahead, Preston. Sorry.
Well, somebody needs to point out where all the national security interest is in all these countries that we're going into. You know, nobody's really pointed that out yet. We've got a lot of maneuvering going on, a lot of fear porn in the MSM, but you know, it's like, well, what's the point?
Well,
what's the point of this bullshit?
Yeah, that's where I was going to go with it, because we had, you know, like I said, Trump called the entire Senate to the White House today to discuss actions on North Korea. Subdocking there, you have Japanese fleet there, along with U.S. fleets there. They were apparently over in North Korea test firing 400, 500-meter missiles today, as well as artillery. I think it's the 86th anniversary there now of when they first became militarized. And I guess and this is where, you know, I do disagree, because we talked about Operation North Korea last episode. And,
yeah.
You know, at what point do we have to get rid of all of our preconceptions that we've been taught of North Korea and put ourselves in North Korea's shoe? If every country around you had nuclear weapons and they're telling you that you can't defend yourself, but we're bombing people preemptively to defend ourselves, what does that say about us? And Jay, this is good for you, because that goes into Israel's bigger plan of global banking. And with global banking, we're very familiar with the 3 countries left that do not have a global Israel bank system, which is North Korea, Iran, and Syria. Okay, so, and they're the three countries we want to go to war with. And Preston said earlier, they finished the job that Obama couldn't finish. When it's really the job that he couldn't finish, or is it the job he wouldn't finish because he knew the world plan?
Exactly.
And like I said, this is, for anybody listening and want to call me a conspiracy theory, just go back to when the Federal Reserve was started. Okay, the Federal Reserve was started by the Rothschilds, by Israel. World War II started in order to give Israel their own state, which they succeeded in.
From the government bank, is it? Is it, George?
What's that?
Government bank, is it the Federal Reserve?
No,
the Federal
no,
Reserve.
not
Is
for Jody. You want to add
It's
Jody
not federal; they're own reserves.
But this is more going towards, if you want to talk about the Illuminati,
Yeah.
and their world power for greed and resources, which is, as the letter I read that.
This goes back to Adam Weishaupt back in the 1700s. Yeah, this goes way back. Yeah,
this is my territory.
Hello.
Yeah, and it goes. You're right, and it goes back to Syria. It goes back to the Civil War, back to the 1700s, and them funding every single war.
Funding war on both sides.
Because
you
there's
hear?
money in war. There's money for them in the war, not for the people. They don't care about the money.
Yep, they funded the Prescott Bush, and
correct.
They funded the war on both sides, didn't they?
Yes, that is correct, Jay. Prescott Bush, for those of you who don't know, was the grandfather of the U.S. presidents. But there's a lot deeper, and I guess you see a lot of people still bad mouthing North Korea, and I can't speak either way. Okay, all I try and do is question and say, is everything that I've been taught about North Korea true or false? And being with what I know now about the rest of the world, I would say, and speaking to some people who were in North Korea via Twitter, they're actually not that unhappy. Yes, some people are unhappy, but other people are unhappy here also. They all want to see united Korea for the most part, and that's
so basically it's the world power that is making this war. They're pretexting.
Correct.
Again.
Correct. They're separating because you have families on both sides of the border there. They just want a united South Korea, and then you look at the lies that the U.S. tells of why North Korea won't sit down with them, and it's real
propaganda.
North Korea has actually agreed to sit down with the United States, but the United States will not drop their get rid of nuclear weapons, and the United States is not negotiating with them. They refuse to negotiate. But again, you have everybody surrounding you with nuclear weapons. Wouldn't you want nuclear weapons as well, just as a defense measure?
Guys, right? If this world war does kick off, right? Oh my God, it's gonna be disastrous, isn't it? It's gonna be really bad.
Well,
it's gonna be worse than World War I and II, isn't it? It's gonna be the power we got now, the weapons we got.
Your high temp for tomorrow is going to be about 3,000 Fahrenheit.
Sizzling.
Don't go outside. It's gonna be a nuclear tower.
It's going to be a little dusty.
Well, no, it is, and it will be disaster, and I really don't know if it's going to happen. And it's the same thing I talked about with Operation Gotham Shield. Is I don't know if Operation Gotham Shield is fake or not. It's see. Could be the same with North Korea. Everybody could be posturing to get what they want, to get their way. Same with Syria.
Yeah.
To try and basically push agendas. And what I would ask is, a lot of us walk around saying we're awakened, and I'm far from fully awakened by any means. But I do see a lot of anons bashing North Korea, and how awake are you if you're believing everything you were taught through history without questioning the story, without questioning the story? And I'm not going to say North Korea is good. I'm not going to say they're negative. All I'm going to say is question.
They have
always check the source.
I hate to say it, but I hate to say this, but they do have a crazy ass dictator who just murdered his cousin over in Malaysia. If I'm not wrong, with VX nerve gas.
No, you're
Yeah.
not wrong.
Yeah,
That's right. Hey, but he
okay,
he likes
Tyler.
Dennis Rodman.
All right, Tyler. So take that scenario and take it a step further and ask Hillary Clinton how many people are on her kill list.
Oh yeah, she's just as bad. She is just as bad. Oh yeah.
And that's my point. So he kills one person as insane, but Hillary Clinton has killed, I forget what the number at the last count.
George, can you do
It's
me
over
a favor?
100.
George.
Yeah, so it's a large number, but you can't convince people that she's done that. But
yeah,
Well, there's
she won the presidency, but all of a sudden Kim Jong-il is insane because he killed one person. I'm not saying he's not insane. Okay, all I'm saying is you look at, yes, he's also killed generals. We know that. If he's killed anyone who's tried to expose her.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true.
Being president, dude.
Yep.
So
George, can you look something up for me? Obviously not right now, but can you check if that whistleblower on Queen Elizabeth thing about World War III? Can you find out if that's true or not? Will you be able to look for me? The whistleblowing.
I would have,
The whistleblowing is on a conversation she had at a party, and she told people that she wanted World War III, and she was smiling. She was saying
well, there's also that article that she was the reason Elton John has never come clean is there's video of her threatening him to keep his mouth shut or die.
Yeah, and in this party, she said that a few icons had to die in 2016, and she was laughing about it.
Yeah, that was
So
the same time with Elton John.
That
was the same time around.
Well, she had Princess Diana killed.
There you go.
Oh yeah, that's obvious.
Yep. Hey.
She had a little accident, didn't she?
Poor girl walked into something she didn't know what was coming.
Yeah.
It kind of makes you question.
She was cheating on her son, though.
Well, yeah,
that's why.
It makes you question though if who would marry the Prince Charles sons. That once you're in, you don't leave.
Yeah, no, I know.
Princess Diana was very naive, extremely naive.
She was lovely. She was like she wasn't like a royal. I think that's why they killed her off, because she wasn't like them.
She was for the people, not.
Yeah.
Hey, wasn't her dad groom of the stool or something also over there?
I don't know. I just knew that
the senior
Princess
Spencer.
Di, she was.
Well, I think what happened.
He comes from.
They actually called her the people's princess because she was such a nice person. She actually cared. You could actually see she cared about people.
She was a humanitarian.
Whereas all the other royals. Yeah. Did you like her, George?
So again,
I love Princess Di. I thought she was a true humanitarian, and she was actually giving a little bit of a little bit of credit to the crown. My theory on that is Prince Charles fell in love with that part, and then his mom and the Rothschilds, and there is that picture of Rothschilds pointing, poking Charles in the chest, that they got to him and said, "Look, we can't have this. She's trying to undo everything we did," and
you're exactly right. That's exactly what I think.
That's
exactly what I think.
But he followed his heart, and I think he was in love with her, and I think she was definitely in love with him. But you sometimes get into things, that you don't expect, and.
Yep.
I mean, hell, I'm a humanitarian. I'm not easy to get along with.
She was strong. She was pulling down. She was tearing apart the Illuminati just by her spirit.
Exactly.
Her spirit was destroying it.
Well,
so they killed her.
But her actions. I mean, going to Africa and feeding the homeless as a princess. I mean,
Well, her family was tied into the royals and the
Illuminati. To be the sort of person that the people.
Well, she came from the
didn't
Stewart
look down
clan.
on people, did she?
Yeah, she came from the Stewart clan, Preston.
Yeah.
The Scottish clan of the Stewarts. So, it's very likely that she was tied in, and her family was tied in with all that nonsense. But just like with any of us, if you can call yourselves black sheep, I'm the tie-dye sheep. As a tie-dye sheep, I was born into a certain type of family, and I decided to do my own thing, and I follow my own heart. My nephew's the same way. He's my buddy. He follows me. I'm teaching him, and his heart is where it lies, man. He doesn't care about money. He doesn't care about fame or fortune. He cares about, changing the world for the better. So no matter where
you come from or what your bloodlines are, that's I go into that. Just like I said with Anons, some are born Anon, some become Anons, and it doesn't matter what your bloodline was. We've seen it all through history.
But they seem like.
I was born in Anon.
I was born in Anon too.
Do you ever see the sheeple and you look at them and you think, fucking hell, they're synchronized? They seem like they're synchronized. Do you ever look at people that seem brainwashed? And even if you say to them and you try to wake them up, they get angry. Like they're conditioned into like it's in their head, but they don't know. You know what I mean by that? Yeah, I tried to tell my mum something before, and she was just like, "No, that's wrong, bro." And she got really aggressive, and I was like, "Whoa, mum, chill out. I'm just trying to say maybe it's not how you're looking at it. Maybe your eyes are a bit closed, and you need to open them in a different way." But they get angry when you try and tell them.
Ed, are you on mute again?
Conditioned.
Am I what?
Oh, Ed, you've been really quiet. I thought you were on mute again.
Oh.
No, but you agree with me on that, George, about the conditioning and stuff.
Oh, most certainly, and that's why, and that goes back to the North Korea or Russia and our preconceived notions that, to look beyond everything we've been taught, and I with the knowledge that I have, like I said today, I really can't make a judgment on North Korea. I'm not saying he's a good guy, okay, but I'm not also going to come out and say that their people need to be blown to smithereens. Because I've never been. It's one of the few countries I've never been to is North Korea. And
well, it's coffee time.
But if you've spoken, somebody's making coffee.
Me.
Yeah. What the hell?
Hey, make me a cup, man.
But if you look at you look at it. So yeah, I think people are preconditioned, and I don't think just because you're an Anon, you're any different. Whether it be religion or any other countries, and we have to get rid of that. We have to be able to look beyond. And I've posted about this before that on my mirror in my bedroom I have a big on paper in big highlighted pink that says "Are you sure?" And that just reminds me to question everything and anything I hear, regardless of whether it fits my belief system or not.
That's cool, man.
It all kinds of reminds me like how I've always felt about I always thought like the president should fight his own battles. Because quite frankly, I don't think that the Korean people have suffered enough.
Someone mute their mic.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Puffy.
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that again? Because you're breaking up.
We're in a rest.
Are
we in a restaurant? Can I have a Coke? Can I have a Coke and a bit?
Quite frankly,
you're in a coffee shop.
Quite frankly, I believe that the people in North Korea have suffered enough because look who's there. What is high as fuck right now? But yeah, seriously, think about it. Look at their leader, okay? He's not exactly, he's proven himself time and time again that he's kind of off, or at least this whole thing is personal to him. And he's not had people's best interests.
2 sugars with that.
Are y'all having fun with that coffee?
Fun with coffee!
Liquid gold!
Can I have chicken sandwich?
Yeah, Uwe, you're a little better. You're a little better.
Okay. So finally, I got it done.
You've got like a lot of issue.
Grainy feedback.
Well,
people need to turn their mics down.
It sounds like he's not getting a connection.
I think it's that.
Can you hear me? That's 1, take 2.
Is there our list or something?
No.
What?
Can you go into a different room and try and talk from a different room? Can you do that?
Yeah, I'll try this. Okay. How it's now?
It's still pretty bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I can hear you now.
Yeah, you kidding me?
Well, I mean, try shutting off all the rest of the applications on your phone, and it might increase your speed.
You sound
Okay,
like you swallowed a bumblebee.
It sounds like he's got popcorn in his mouth.
Popcorn. That's a good one.
He's munching on popcorn.
Yeah, like this digital popcorn thing going on. Yeah, I don't think any people of any country actually deserve all these wars and shit like that. I think this is such a freaking children going after each other for their own personal kind of thing, for the money and all that kind of stuff like that. And they just let people get involved. And we're the ones that get hurt. It's just bullshit.
It's all a diversion from all the money stealing over here in the U.S.
Right.
Exactly.
All the hearings and the criminal activity.
Right.
It's just a diversion.
Yep.
It's just like, okay, another Anon had brought it to our attention that there's a huge protest in Venezuela going on right now. You don't hear that on the news. You hear a little tiny thing or something going on over here, next door to us or something like that. Or you hear this other stuff.
Wait there. Was it two people on your account earlier? Is that why George thought it was a guy when it was a girl's picture but a guy's voice?
No. They're both in the same room.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they were both using the same account.
I actually came back downstairs.
Really?
What, really?
All right, I go here.
Huh?
Huh?
Twitch has a new profile, huh?
I don't care. Anyways, get that. I'm live.
Doing it for a second.
Hold on a second, guys. I'll be back.
What?
All right.
Please wait for.
Yeah, I was only asking a question because George said earlier, was it transgender? And then I realised the girl was speaking again. So then I realised that they were both on the same. They must have both been using the same profile. That doesn't matter.
Yeah. We're rainbow friendly here.
That's right.
LGBT.
Sounded like she had a lot of shit for that.
IQV.
To each his own.
Now, speaking of transgender or nons, I know actually quite a few.
Yeah, but they weren't transgender. It was just like I was explaining. It was just the one account. It was a girl and the guy.
Yes,
that's
and
when the girl started speaking in, and it was the girl.
Well, they had the feedback problem.
Yeah, remember they were both in the same room.
And then the picture was popping up, and then George was saying about the trans, but it wasn't type thing, innit?
No, we were joking around then.
Yeah.
But, yes, I was just joking because it was freaking me out.
Yeah, it freaking me out.
I wasn't high. I don't get high. I don't smoke weed, so no, it was not why.
You're like, wait. I'm hearing feedback from one person's phone to the other person's phone, but it's never coming through everybody. It took me a minute to figure out that they were in the same room. I was like, okay, this is the weirdest tech problem I've ever heard. Okay, all right, this is the new one.
Exactly. All right, and small little commercial break here for everybody still listening. Around this mark, listeners do tend to fade out, and the feeds that we've all shared tend to get buried within the group. So, if you're enjoying the show, could you please, start sharing again to the various groups? We do have at least 2 more guests, possibly 3 more coming on, I believe, at the top of the hour, if I'm not mistaken. I just got a private message from somebody stating that Darlene will be joining us, Loki will be joining us, and we are trying to locate Anon in Myanmar to also get them on, so we can go back to that subject.
Darlene, my mum from Facebook, Darlene. Really?
Yes, Darlene.
So,
cool.
How is it now?
Oh, Uwe, you're so much better.
Yeah?
My
Okay.
mum is coming on. My mum is.
Yeah, your mom. Your mom is here somewhere. So you got your mom and your granddad on with you.
Oh yeah.
And the Queen Mom.
You're my granddad, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm your granddad.
And Lady Diana.
You're Lady Diana today, Preston. Thank you.
Oh wait there. Tyler's my uncle as well.
Oh yeah, you keep on putting me as your uncle, like on every profile. Now I have like 2 or 3 uncles. I have one. Who is it? One of them's the Joker, and
Chewy's my dad. George, my granddad.
Yeah, well, I haven't talked to Chewy. Chewy's been working a lot lately. I haven't talked to him recently. He sent me a video today about World War III. We were discussing.
Yeah, I had a few videos sent me. He likes to send a video, doesn't he?
yeah. So I haven't had a chance to watch the latest one he sent me. But anyhow, what you were saying about North Korea, man, I'm gonna call you pseudo, I guess. I call you pseudo or babyface. I'm not sure what they're calling you here.
You can just call me babyface, or you can just call me Mary. I don't care. The pseudo is just kind of like a thing on my YouTube.
Babyface.
I have a thing.
Yeah.
Why they call you babyface?
Directly by name, I think is more proper.
Because I'm like 36 years old, okay, and I don't quite apparently look like it. I've got like this baby face and it makes me look younger than
got
I
a young face. You got a young face. Cool.
So that's kind of like where that came from. I just kind of
Okay. Well, that explains a lot.
I kind of had that nickname as a kid. I was called the baby-faced assassin. Because I used to pull a lot of girls.
You can hear me better?
I hear you better, Uwe.
Okay.
So you guys can take the time
Used to pull the women.
To all the listeners out there, please share if you like this. We are doing our best, and I'm gonna come back into the chat real quick. My name is George, and see if you guys have any questions while these guys talk about who's transgender and who's not.
Michelle Obama is.
The lie detector determined that is a lie.
It was pretty like really bad.
Michelle Obama benches 100K, didn't she? She benches 100K like that. Boom, boom, boom. Reps a 10.
Packing something.
Yeah, but speaking of speaking of North Korea, Terrence was talking about this earlier. Essentially, everybody, the initial incident that it started when it happened in North Korea, and that the war really never ended. It just ended in a standstill. But everybody from the original incident is fucking dead. It's like what are the initial? I mean, seriously, what's going on in North Korea, from what I've read, besides what's going on, with the politically, is that the people are fucking starving, You know what I'm saying?
But see,
it's communist governments. That's what happens.
They've essentially shut themselves off from the outside world. They don't really have too much trade going on in too many countries. If they honestly, wanted to go to war, I think Kim Jong-un knows he's in a fucked position because he couldn't do anything. But then again, our government thinks it's a great idea to park our war machines, out in front of his country, knowing full well, that he has nuclear capabilities. Now, these nuclear capabilities are hearsay, but it's commonly believed that he doesn't have his hands on any type of plutonium devices. It's leaning more towards a hydrogen type atomic weapon, which will still do some damage. But essentially, what's going on over there is going to take a long time to, I honestly don't think a violent conquest would ever solve anything. And, going to war with anybody who has nuclear capabilities is a really bad idea for humanity in general.
Right.
Speaking of wars in general, and I've talked about this in length. is wars essentially don't solve anything. They get things done. All right, I'll give you that. They do get things done, and they do establish sort of what was the original purpose. But here's what happens. Time and time again, there will be this golden era. Things will be kosher, and things will be great. And then it goes right back to the fucking shit that happened before, because you don't, what goes on is that, people get back to their old ways, is that we need to keep, if we teach peace and tolerance, and, and how to, like, be nice to our common man and try to get along, things would be a lot nicer. We wouldn't have to get into these violent conquests,
Yeah, but they don't want that peace. They can conquer. Basically, right. This is the plan.
Wars have been going.
Go on.
Go ahead. I was going to say wars have been going on.
It might scare people, but the plan
Okay,
is
I'm back.
that they want to depopulate. They want to kill off about 4 billion, 5 billion. I think they want 500 million. And this is the plan. This is the master plan. They want 500 million globally so that they can fucking.
Well, I'm not going to.
And that's what this World War.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you there. There are some big players, behind the scenes with lots of money who are like, shadowy, evil, evil people out there who are sitting on top of the world's supply of money, who do have some really, really fucking twisted plans, and that is the true enemy.
Like the Queen.
Yeah, she is completely.
Fuck the Queen.
Yeah, she's she is part of the agenda. She's completely part of the agenda. She's fucked in the head.
Can someone cue up God Save the Queen by the Sex Pistols, please?
Yeah, man.
People that we're talking about, but I don't doubt. My pretty personal opinion. I don't care what title you have. You are no different than I am. And I have no. You have no reason for me to think that I should. Yeah. So when it comes to stuff like that, yeah, not me. Just saying.
Sir, I only got half of that.
No.
Oh, sorry. Never mind. I was just rattling off.
Oh
no, babyface, go in a different room, and then we can talk to you from a different room, man. And then
no, I don't think that's what's going on, babyface. So you were like on talking into like a mobile device.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If you keep your I think what's going on is that you have like a noise canceling mic, so you might just want to stick a little closer to that mic. That might be the issue.
Probably. There's like a lot of things that's always going on around me.
Gotcha.
Every time I go to another room, it follows me behind and.
Okay.
Oh,
cool.
Great. I was just talking to myself for 10 minutes. That was fun. There you go, Ed. You're not alone. I was talking to myself with the mic. With the
George does that all the time. He talks to himself.
Well, no one else talks to me, so I talk to myself often.
I mean, no country is literally immune to what's going on in North Korea. I mean, our country did it, India did it, Pakistan did it. Were these nuclear tests? But what what do you think Kim Jong-un is getting out of these nuclear tests, other than showing the world his capabilities or trying to threaten other countries?
He's getting his dick wet is what he's doing, because he can't get it up otherwise.
Well, no, I think
it's an aphrodisiac.
I think
Look at my big boom, and it can't even, get off the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a macho thing with the missiles and all the militarism.
Because he's got a tiny dick. I'm telling you, the guy's got a tiny dick. That's all it is.
He's got a chip on his shoulder too.
He's friends with Dennis Rodman, right? So them and him, they're gonna play basketball together.
That's right.
It's just like guys with big trucks with small dicks. That's all he's got is a big fucking missile that doesn't go nowhere.
I want to know, how do you?
He's right.
Okay, she knows too.
We need to hire Dennis Rodman right now to solve this.
Hey,
Or ask her if my glass of Coke is ready.
All right. Or could it be as simple
A
as
whole glass.
that North Korea wants to be recognized as a state that can safely defend themselves?
But they can't feed their own people because of what they've done to their own country. That's
he spends more on missiles and his nuclear crap than he does on his own fucking people.
So
and
what's
he
the
has
difference?
concentration camps
all right,
too.
So here's my question then, and we'll use that argument and debate that he can't feed his own people. How many millions of people right now are starving in the United States because of the military button?
Tons.
And why? So why aren't we concentrating on that then? Why are we concentrating on another country when he's
Because our country wants to be Big Brother all the goddamn time and has to have their fucking nose in goddamn everything.
You always point the finger at the bad man. That way you get a little bit of a soapbox there.
Yeah, right. But if you're looking,
it's true though. Like the United States has constantly had their fucking finger in goddamn everything.
Well, you know
we had our finger in the Iran-Iraq war back in the day. We funded Iraq and gave them chem weapons. We funded Syria back in the day, gave them chem weapons. We funded the Mujahideen and gave them weapons against Russia.
We also put Fidel Castro in power.
Yeah,
it was our policy to stay the hell out of everything that was not our business.
Exactly. We should have stayed the fuck out of it. If it didn't involve us, if we didn't have, it's all about like power and fucking
It's about
oil and crap.
It's with blood money.
Again, from World War II with Pearl Harbor and everything, that it's the people to say, hey, in everybody's ass and all like that. That's when
we're the policemen of the world.
So
basically,
basically, after World War III, it's going to be a new world order, and that's what they're heading for. There's going to be a world war. Loads of people are going to die, and then after that, it's going to be a new world order, a new dawn, and fucking everything's going to be completely different to what you thought it was.
Oh yeah,
and
well,
you'll be
all strung out on fluoride and with that zombie look must obey. Right? They got extremely quiet.
My personal opinion is if anything needs to change there in North Korea, it would be, the people themselves to do something. Not so much, it's more like, people have
those people in North Korea, though, they think that he's like a god to them. They think he doesn't pee and poo.
That's propaganda.
They think the guy is like a god to them, like a deity. They think that he is Almighty Jesus and he can do no wrong.
He would propaganda out there like that in order to, because if he is the shit that people seem to think he is, then you have to map in order to think.
Oh shit!
I tell you what, though. Russia. President Putin, Russia are good people. Putin wants out of the New World Order. Putin wants out of the dollar, and Putin doesn't want to be part of the Illuminati anymore. And that's what's going on. Russia is going to attack America. That's what's going to happen, I think.
Honestly, I don't see that. I don't ever see that scenario happening, to be honest with you.
Well, Russia attacking America?
No, I don't. No.
Really? Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm actually dead fucking serious because that's I mean, there's more to be benefited from partnershiping than there would be to destroying each other. And honestly, I don't see.
Yeah, but Putin wants out.
Yeah, but that's
Putin wants out.
Yeah, but you gotta understand that the Russian people have nothing to gain from going at America, and more to gain, than to buddy up with our.
If it's a world war, Russia will attack America. Britain will back America, and that's how it's going to happen. If there's a world war, Russia will attack America. That's how I see it.
I think Putin's worst time view of America was when Obama was president and all that shit with the UN going on and all that kind of stuff like that. But that was mainly UN and like sucking their dick.
What?
Yeah, but Russia was pissed off the other day when with the Syria stuff. Russia was backing Syria against Trump, so they're already pissed off with America.
I think
that's what I'm trying to say.
The Russian bombers have just penetrated Alaskan airspace, my home state, numerous times in the past week, and they're testing the waters. Is what it is. They're testing can penetrate anywhere and get inside the airspace without being stopped. That's what they're doing. Putin's positioning his pieces like a chess match.
Exactly, and if Trump is part of the Illuminati and the plan to cause, a new world order, and Putin's against that, then Putin's going to attack Trump, isn't he?
Well, I think Trump's too stupid to be part of the Illuminati, but I do definitely think that the shadowy people pulling the strings are manipulating him as well.
Yes.
He's just another. He's just another puppet, you know.
Yes.
He's just another pawn. Yeah. He's a puppet on a string. Yeah.
They all are.
But I think recognizes that too at the same time. I find him too intelligent to not be able to.
Yeah, every government is like pulled about by people above them. There's always shadow people.
I think this
doing stuff behind the curtain.
I think this whole thing with the chemical attack on the area was more. It was kind of like how Pearl Harbor was to get us into World War II.
Yeah,
it was more
text.
Pearl Harbor was a really weird. Was really weird, and there was a lot of information pertaining, and I'm pretty sure you're well aware of this. That when they parked everything out there, all of the Navy ships out there, they were fully well aware of what was going on 3 days before the actual incident happened, and nothing was reported. Nothing was reported to the people that were out there in the middle of the ocean. Nothing.
Right.
And we knew exactly. Our intelligence knew exactly what was going to happen.
Kind of like Operation Northwoods before Operation Northwoods.
Lay down.
Exactly.
So but look at that. But to bring up a couple things, with Russia, number one, flying over Alaskan airspace, that's nothing new actually. Russia has routinely done that. I wouldn't buy the propaganda on that. It's actually very common for them to.
We do the same. Our country does the same thing. With the Chinese. We've been penetrating the Chinese. The Chinese airspace and water. And I think it's. We've been also trying to penetrate near that man-made island that they've been trying to get. They've been building.
Yeah, they put a ship out there. Yeah, we just sent an aircraft carrier out there.
So, guys, what's your views on sparking World War III? And you think that North Korea will be attacked?
That's where I'm going with it, Jay. Bear with me here. So, I would be cautious about what you see in the media, especially when they're bashing Russia. Because the important thing to understand about Syria is Russia and U.S. and many other countries both have a stake in oil there. If you ask me, from everything I've read, it's really Russia and U.S. are working together. That's why Syria is not going to be an issue. North Korea could be an issue because the Chinese aren't as easily manipulated. They've always been proud of their communism, and they stand by it. While Putin gives a little more leeway, it feeds. He does generally, I think, care about the people if you speak to Russia. Except for certain aspects about speaking out, homosexuality, things along those lines. But anyhow, so I think that Russia and U.S. are just posturing over Syria, that they're actually working together just for a bigger stake. U.S. drops a bomb and says, "Look, this is what you're getting. We're giving you 20% of the oil. Take it or leave it. We're going to bomb and we're going to blame it on you." Russia postures and says, "Hey, no, I want 30%. It's then basically a drug deal trying to figure out, who gets what percentage and who has the bigger dick. On that, so that's, so I think we have to
We have to respect that. Go ahead. Sorry, babyface. Go.
That a little bit. So yeah.
So again, I would say I was asking everybody just a question. What we're seeing about all this, and start especially look at the Syrian pipeline and where it has to go through and who gets what. A lot of it is open source material. All you have to do is type in some keywords, be creative sometimes, and read both sides of the story. And the truth is usually somewhere in the middle, which is where I came to my conclusion is, for most of you that know me, I'm a nerd, so I read. That's what I do.
Pay attention to not only our media but theirs as well. And
Yes.
you're going to get contradictory information, but also there's going to be information that is, found in both. And that's what you have to actually base, what's really going on. And because you're going to get biased no matter what.
Destabilizing the Middle East. That's what they're doing. They're destabilizing.
And you also understand everybody's only working for themselves. They're looking out for themselves. No matter what, they're just looking out for themselves.
Oh, the elite?
Yeah. Well, how you kind of like a little bit of both for himself and people, or like what we got going on with
Lost you.
Oh, crap. Hate when that happens.
Is Preston still there?
Preston.
Preston. Gone to sleep.
What?
Not at all.
Preston's full asleep.
Yeah, and we lost Ed too. Did we lose Ed also?
Yeah,
His
phone died.
I thought I saw.
So we got Preston's falling asleep.
But yeah, you know what? You remember after there was a good time between our country and Russia, and then all of a sudden after this election, there was a lot of demonization of of Russia, which kind of like popped to me, at least to me, that kind of popped out of nowhere.
I agree.
Obvious propaganda.
It is propaganda. Oh, 100%. Oh yeah, 100%. The Russian hacker didn't exist. None of that shit existed.
Well,
right, Vault 7, right, and Vault 7 even showed that the U.S. was working behind Russia. And for anybody who does hack, not that I know what hacking is, a lot of people do work behind the Iron Curtain. It's just safer. It's just safe there, or Switzerland. It's very common sense. And now even in the French elections, you see the same nonsense. Blame the Russians.
It doesn't even make any sense because you know about that uranium mine that's tied to the Russian government here in the U.S. Makes absolutely no fucking sense.
Or
Not
the
at least to
Russian,
me.
or the U.S. using Russian steel coming down out of Canada for the excess.
Exactly.
The pipeline. There's no logic there. And then you can even go back further and go back to 2012 with unclassified documents showing about how the U.S. interfered with the French elections. And now it's being blamed on Russia again, when if there was any interference in the French elections, I would say it was the U.S.
Yes, of course, the CIA, of course.
Yeah, yep.
And history.
Yeah, the CIA is always that spooky kid in the corner that's actually really doing some weird shit,
I always thought that was Jay.
Sorry, Grams.
If he had the financing.
I love you, Jay.
Hey, Preston, woke up. Have you had a nice little sleep?
Yeah, but I was talking, it went hard down. Yeah, it was just dead.
We could hear you snoring there, Preston.
Yeah, man. You're snoring like a baby.
But no, Tyler, you're 100% correct.
I want what he has.
Question everything. If you see the media pressing an issue, look beyond. Look behind what they're pressing and the reason why.
Oh yeah,
Always.
because it's always it's. I mean, if you think about it, the major media is controlled by a small group of people, and you're only and you're only seeing what they want you to see. And then if you really want to get the real news, you got to go to independent. You got to go to these independent reports, and a lot of them do a lot of sloppy reporting in the lines and figure it out for yourself.
Always check your sources. Always check your sources.
No, yeah, definitely double check your sources. Use different media outlets, and and even when you're checking your sources, what you have to be careful of is a lot of times, especially on your smaller, news outlets that have an agenda, all they'll do is literally copy and paste one article to the next article. And so therefore you have your two sources, and people will say it's true because they saw it in two different places, but it's really the same article, same writer.
Yeah. Well, we have experience. The event that we had went to about a month or so ago that Cass was talking about a while ago. The media actually aired that live. And when we were talking about propaganda and stuff like that there, about actually uniting together, going after our legitimate oppressors, each other has the same goal in mind. Mentioned, or someone that mentioned someone who got out literally on every single time. To make sure that all this is going on, all the other protesting. If we mention anything about uniting or anything like that, which is what we were there for.
No idea what you're on about.
Babyface, I can barely hear what you're saying. You're cutting in and out so bad.
Just sound like an AI machine.
Okay.
Sounds like what a Tyler's voice is.
Better?
No, it's not better. No, you
sound like what the Tyler's voice is.
Yeah.
Demon Steve.
I'll go somewhere else, and I'll see if you can hear me better, and then I'll tell you what I'll.
Whoa! Well, there you go. That was better. And what did you do that was different? You sounded normal, huh?
I put the mic literally at my lips.
Oh, there's so much. Yeah, you're so much better now.
Trying to tell you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what I was saying was the event that Cass was speaking about from about like a month or so ago that we went to help prevent all the fighting and stuff. So every time we spoke about anything about anything about us speaking or about uniting against the common foe or all this propaganda in the media and all that kind of stuff like that, there was a local news broadcaster that was there that was broadcasting it live. The sound disappeared every single time. So I know that was something that they did not want the people to even freaking hear. Like everybody at this thing, protesting, a bunch of bullshit, the circle jerking and all that kind of stuff like that was going on there. Of course, they wanted that heard. But what we had to say or anything, it was cut out. Even when we were just mentioned.
It's happening again.
It's
yeah, it's happening again.
Yeah, you gotta hold it by your mouth.
You gotta hold it. You gotta scream at that mic.
I have it by my mouth. I need to like beef throat this bitch.
Gotta have it by your mouth.
Alright,
Oh, we got somebody new. Hold on.
Nah, it's just me.
Arm.
Back.
Hey,
outside it'll be better.
Oh, this is bad mic night.
Attack of the microphone death. Microphone massacre part 2.
Welcome back, Ed. Welcome
I think
back.
the CIA is hacking everybody's phones to make the microphone suck tonight because we're talking about important shit.
But who brought up who brought up Venezuela?
Oh, I did. Yeah, I think or no, maybe Babyface did. But yeah.
Yeah, I was saying told me about protests in Venezuela. That nobody's even hearing it. It's not even on the media, and the protests are huge. I mean,
whether there is as we talked about that a little bit again about that last show about Operation Venezuela and how we had an anons reaching out across the world asking for assistance in bringing down their server, which was accomplished for 72 hours until they were able to get a new server up and switch servers. So if you're not paying attention to Venezuela, you're right, Tyler. I think there were over. I said there were 9, and there were over a dozen deaths, maybe even more than that now. 20.
Probably more. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's 20 people killed in the streets there because they're starving to death. And again, that's another thing. And you have to ask yourself, why isn't it being reported? Why wasn't the revolution in Mexico being reported last year? And they're still revolting in Mexico. Iceland overthrowing the government wasn't reported anywhere. They have their agendas, and people have to be aware and turn off their TVs and look at your alternative, news sources.
You have to look at everything. I mean, even if it seems like some kind of garbage, there's going to be. I mean, even propaganda has some truth behind it in order to push it. So you've got to be able to actually judge what is, fact from, manipulation.
I mean, sometimes they use pure facts to manipulate how you feel about something else.
But skip out on telling you the rest of it. I mean, it's all just manipulating the people, period. And there's things that they don't want you to know about, and there's things that they want you to be pushed down your throat, and it's not, to me, it's just not kosher at all.
Knock it off. No.
No, man.
I'm sorry. I won't put my hand in the penis again, Deb. Please don't.
The cat's in heat. She won't shut up.
Oh.
That's never a pleasant sound.
No.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Who dis? Oh.
All right, we got some dead air.
But yeah,
I was messaging Darlene. That's my excuse.
I got you.
I was trying to find out where the heck she went to. But yeah, Venezuela. I mean, there's revolting all over the place. You have France, you have Mexico, you have South Korea protesting today, which I happen to run across. You're not going to hear about that. They don't want to be targets. They understand that, with the U.S. putting their air defense systems in residential areas on a golf course, that if there is a war with North Korea, what do you think North Korea is going to target? They're going to target where the air defense systems
the military equipment, regardless of where it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they're putting it in residential areas. I mean, and this is how the U.S. thinks is that they don't care about human life. It's that freaking simple. And that's what we should be waking people up to.
How many times have we seen Israel bomb a school, and then when people get pissed, they come out and say, "Oh, well, we believe that Hamas was operating in the school."
Right. Or what about, or even the argument that I got, not an argument, a discussion I actually got into with a friend who I respect their opinion, is I brought up that when Israel gassed the Palestinians in Gaza, why U.S. didn't react, and his answer was, well, because we had to put the Obama in office, and I call bullshit.
But even if Israel were to gas, which they still are gassing people in Palestine, you're not going to see it or hear about it on the media. Trump isn't going to do a damn thing about it.
Right.
Oh, he's going to be like everybody else and just keep sending that money right on into Israel.
Yeah, he's not going to cut their funding. He's not going to bomb Israel. It's not going to happen. And how can people not understand the atrocities that Israel's committed? And it wasn't just
You know who else isn't going to bomb Israel?
me.
ISIS.
No, they're not going to bomb him either. No, Israel. You know what? Israel killed their own people during World War II. I'm not sure why they wouldn't just, do it just to shut everybody up.
Yeah.
I'm glad they're not.
What I'd like to know is, I'd love to know, like, if everybody had all knowing of everything that's ever gone on and all that kind of stuff like that from both sides, every situation and everything, what everybody would think. If they were able to see, like, behind the scenes of everything at 24/7, what everybody would think.
Oh, I'm sure everybody's opinion would be different because there's something we all don't know.
Right.
Well, even if everything was clear and obvious, would the people even believe it anymore?
No, they don't. Half the people don't even believe in, that there's an elite class of fucking psychopaths that are trying to manipulate the world to get into fucking, essentially their big plan, the new world order. And they hide behind, the stock market, corruption, banking, international banking system, world, central banks, and people aren't even aware to that shit. Once you have a clear understanding, manipulating both sides of everything, and politicians, it all comes clear to me. But it's not clear to the general public.
No, it's not. And that I guess it's kind of my point. And it's gotten to the point where even if everything was revealed, you have people calling WikiLeaks fake, even though they've never had a story retracted. Edward Snowden's a fake. Everything's a fake. Anything that is truth, you have people speaking out against, and they truly believe it, that it's fake. And they're not all shills. That's an overword used. There's not that many shills in the world. Sorry to burst everybody's bubble, okay? Yes, they exist, and yes, they're everywhere, but they are the minority. But you actually have people who are believing the truth is a lie, and it's one of the most difficult things to get through to somebody, is helping them understand that everything they've been taught is one lie.
Yes.
Yeah, it's all been cleaned up for a very, very, very long time. This is nothing. It's like generations upon generations and generations of lies leading up to this point. On purpose. So it's
well. You know what I do see is I do see a lot of more of the elitists and the propaganda, the anti-propaganda, making it out into the mainstream media, but I don't see it trickling down. Like you were saying, I don't see it trickling down to the average Joe Schmo who doesn't understand. And I do see it being pumped out a lot more, which means that I guess maybe their plans are more obvious. I guess.
Well, yeah, that's why everybody's turned away. They know they're getting lied to.
Well,
you kind of intuitively know when somebody's lying.
We've talked about the solution to this problem many times.
Well, we've at least gotten to the point where the opposition's, the oppositional party's news channel is like everybody is on par that they're lying. So, that's a step forward. So, if you're a Republican, CNN's nothing but a pack of liars. If you're a Democrat, Fox is nothing but a pack of liars. And in reality, they're both nothing liars.
Right.
And,
so, if we can move forward from there.
Progress, though, Ed? Isn't that at least some progress?
That is some progress.
At least somebody knows somebody's lying. It's just that they can't wrap their head around that everyone's lying.
Here's my biggest fear is that God forbid everybody was aware and they were of the elitist plan, and it was truly revealed. It was in every single newspaper, and everybody was aware of it. Don't you think that they would do something to manipulate those markets so they would actually bankrupt the world, behind their backs? 2008 housing crisis.
Well, Tyler, that could be why the war. That could be why they're instigating the war. They do see people waking up. They saw people mass voting Trump in because they understand that the government a lying entity at this point, and they didn't feel Trump could be bought off. But what they don't understand is Trump is a greedy whore who is going to be bought off.
Yeah,
we're overlooking divide.
Go ahead.
We're overlooking divide and conquer tactics.
Right.
That's how they win. Republicans, Democrats, Fox News, CBS. Everybody's aware of the issues, but we're divided. We need to
keep that all these media.
Loki, do you want to introduce yourself since you just joined us? Hey, Loki, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, this is Loki.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Great introduction.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Hey, another technique that media uses is to diminish the person that they report on. In order to establish the media as the source, they will purposely diminish, and this goes, for both sides. They will purposely diminish what they're reporting on to, as a state-run propaganda tactic, basically.
Exactly. They put their own. Sorry, sister. Go ahead.
Both sides are in the same pocketbook.
Babyface, I can barely hear you again.
Yeah.
Both sides are in the same pocketbook.
Okay.
Yep. Exactly. Loki. Now, what did you? Now, Loki.
Well, that's really how they get you. They if you're a Republican or a Democrat, they got you on these different sides, and they'll if the Republicans are in power, they're gonna push through some good things that are gonna make the Republican voters happy. And when the Democrats are in, they're going to do things that'll make the Democrat voters happy, so that there's always that feeling that when your party's in power that you're getting what you want.
But it's never true that way.
Yeah,
Well,
they never keep their promises, so.
Right. The opposite could be said also is when the other one's in power and they didn't get what they wanted done, they're going to say they failed and therefore put their people in power, working hand in hand together. But Loki, you wanted to come on the show to specifically talk about a topic. You want to bring that? You want to introduce that?
Yeah. Have we not touched on what's going on in Kashmir yet?
No, we wanted to wait for you to come on. We tried to get Zaid on, but he's in Kashmir right now, and he has some stuff with his friends going to the police, and they only have a 2G connection right now in Kashmir because of what happened.
Okay, well, thank you guys for waiting. I actually had a couple guests lined up. They're limited to 2G right now. The government actually limited their internet access. They're making it hard for them to get on like Facebook.
That would be the government of India.
Yeah. So I guess they have a really strong military type government. The percentage of people voting over there, I think, is like 7% right now. There's been a lot of students protesting, and what the government's doing is they're openly firing into the crowds, killing people that are protesting.
Wow, that's
got killed.
Fucking hard.
Okay,
What
exactly are they protesting? You want to give a little background on? You want to give a little background on Kashmir so people understand what's exactly going on?
Can I?
No idea.
Yeah, we need some kind of background on. I mean, there's
Well,
some kind of skirmish
I
going
do
on,
know
but what is it?
a little bit about that. So I do know the I'm not sure exactly how it started, but I believe it may have been an independent territory between Pakistan and India.
Yeah,
and it's been a constant battleground, and pretty much the main reason for the conflicts between India and Pakistan. And I mean, that's some pretty hardcore stuff. Indians are very racist against Pakistanis, and vice versa. It's like you look at their hacker scene, and it's all about the cyber war against each other's countries, like the civilians. And I do know they're constantly fighting over control of this territory, and the only real victim of this fight is the people of Kashmir, who are having to live in the battleground for this war. And I'm guessing that this land probably has some sort of value resource-wise, be it farmland, be it...
It's tactical land. It has a lot of resources. I believe it's close to Russia, like on the border or something.
Yeah, I'm sure
China,
it would be.
China's involved. The United States has been involved, like trying to get whatever our interests or whatever Russia's interests or whatever China's interest might be. Sometimes we're working together. Sometimes we're working against each other. I think the main rivers through Kashmir flow into Pakistan. They're just caught in the middle of a war zone, and the government over there is horrible. Like
Well, they also shut down the internet. This is the same thing we saw in Gabon. Am I correct?
Egypt?
No, Gabon.
I'm not familiar with that situation.
Oh yeah. They had an election, and the government of Gabon shut down the internet for was like almost a month.
Wow.
Yeah, they're shutting down or limiting the internet over there to 2G because they don't want a lot of the footage that's actually getting out, like using humans as human bodies as shields.
I did see a video on that one.
They had a human body strapped to a truck, and they drove around it to show it off. Several different villages and stuff. They're using terror tactics. The government is using terror tactics to scare the citizens. They're cutting their internet so the people can't communicate and they can't share what's going on with the rest of the world. And it's bad. The human rights violations over there are massive.
Man.
They're shooting. They're not only shooting bullets into people, killing children, and indiscriminately, too. It's not just the protesters, but they're shooting like pellets into people's eyes, blinding them.
This makes me like almost lose faith in humanity kind of thing going on listening to this.
Definitely.
So it's pretty bad. I think we have some information on our page. There's also a paste bin for anybody that feels inclined to do anything about it that's tech skilled. There's things we can do, but the biggest thing we can do is make people aware of what's going on. Educate yourselves, and then spread the information.
Right.
I was just made aware of this a couple days ago, and I've been talking with a couple people over there, and they're terrified. There's a curfew. They can't go outside. Their friends are getting arrested. People are getting killed. You know, and why aren't we hearing about this?
Right.
You know?
Well, it seems like as we get busy in all our conflicts, all these other countries are, let's say, like, hey, while we're distracted with North Korea and all our operations, we'll start something over here because we won't get messed with. Then the focus can't be on us when they're busy fighting the Chinese and the Russians. You know,
right.
So these other Myanmar and now this, you know, the other things seem to pop up as some other government, you know, seeks an advantage.
This is apparently pretty common over in Kashmir, like almost a yearly deal where I think it's April.
Ever since the British set up those boundaries there, they've purposely did this.
Talk about. I was just going to read a little bit about what exactly is going on there. apparently the Kashmir conflict is a territorial conflict between India and Pakistan that started sometime around actually 1947.
Yep.
Which is, like I said, which is kind of interesting to me. They have fought 3 wars in 47, 65, and also the Kargil War. I guess India claims Jammu and Kashmir, and as of 2010, administers approximately 40% of the region. It controls Jammu, Kashmir Valley, Ladakh, Siachen Glacier, and Indian claims are contested by Pakistan, which administers approximately 30% of Jammu and Kashmir. So it's a huge it's a territorial conflict that it's almost embedded into the people. It's tied to your local dispute of autonomy. It's Democrats and Republicans taken to another level.
Right.
Way the government is has switched hands. I don't know how many times over there, and there's thousands and thousands are dying. And like Loki was saying, is the more the people speak up, the more the government suppresses them. But it's not just
brutally.
So
brutally suppresses them.
Is who who do you side with? Because in 2014 they did have a huge turnout for the endorsement of Indian rule by the Kashmir population.
See, I didn't know that.
And that is a mainly Muslim area. So, like who? That is one of those things. Like who do you stand behind in a property dispute?
Well, religious too, because it goes back to Islam versus the Hindus.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, I've always long felt that Kashmir should be its own free and independent state.
Every country should be controlled by the people, not the governments.
Well, yeah, that is true.
These people are terrified, though. I mean, they have mass graves in the mountains. They're doing this stuff publicly to terrify the people.
Would you be?
Right, because Pakistan, I think what it comes down to is Pakistan wants to be free, and free of Indian rule. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is the main rule, and they were actually I think it was voted upon, and India would not recognize the vote by the Indian Council or Muslim Council. I forget which one it was. If somebody can correct me or find out the facts on that.
As far as the internet restrictions, I remember, I think it was the Arab uprising or Egyptian uprising years and years ago. That Anonymous had a lot to do with.
Yeah, you're thinking of Egypt, is where they shut the internet down and Anonymous helped the Egyptian people get back online.
And it's not hard. All you have to do is, I don't know if this still works, but how we helped them get their internet up was change their DNS server to public. And it's not that hard. It's like 8888 or something to change it to public. So I'm hoping maybe we can help the people over in Kashmir at least get internet up so they can spread the word.
Right.
Yeah, we couldn't even get Zaid in. All we heard was like a couple of words, and that was it. It's so bad over there.
He was really wanting to be on too. He was very grateful that we wanted to talk about this and stuff. And
there is more time. There's other days that we can make this happen.
Yeah, but
we can figure out a way to circumvent, what they've got going on over there.
When it comes down to people's lives and stuff being taken, time's pretty short.
You are right about that.
Well, during the Arab Spring, we were able to get Egypt back online by changing DNS, and there's actually two. There's 888
well, 4-8s, and then there's 8844. So if anybody wants to help them, because like I said, I have my daughter is over in Pakistan, and in order for us to communicate, I keep her on. She's on a public DNS, and it does work for now, and it should, because you have to understand how many there are around the world. And so the best thing we can do, the same with Turkey, Arab Spring rising, is make sure they can switch over to their DNS. They can do it via phone. They can do it on their Android. They can do it on an iOS. They can do it on their Windows system. They can do it on their Linux, no matter what it is. It's incredibly simple. It's about an 8-step process to change to it. So, if you do have friends over in Pakistan or Kashmir, just make sure they're all changing their DNS to 4H or 8844.
Yeah, the walkthrough is really easy. It's really easy to find. You can share a link with people over there to teach them how to do it, and it's pretty simple. You don't have to be a hacker or really know much of anything about computers to be able to do this. And what they're doing is censoring, and we're pretty against censorship. And it's not just censoring; it's massive human rights violations. People are dying.
All right, and I just got a message from somebody else who said you can also the alternative to a public DNS is dial-up access, and we can provide a dial-up.
Yeah, we were using that in Turkey when they were cutting off the internet, doing the slaughter of the Kurds over there.
Correct. Yeah, we used to use the DNS server for Arab Spring, but that is another option to get in there, and that's a great way, to help them get news out. And that's one of the most important things, is so that we can get accurate information for those of you wondering. It's not just so they can get on Facebook and post memes, okay? This is for them to get live feeds out, to get news out, so that they can show the world the atrocities that are currently going on over, in these countries, and including Kashmir. And so,
yeah, and the more people that are aware of it, the more noise it's made, the more of a difference it's going to be made.
Exactly.
We're not just sitting here talking for no reason at all. We're trying to share information to people.
Can you hear me?
Away?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh. Who's talking?
You're breaking up.
So bad.
Oh wait, yeah, you're breaking up pretty bad.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
I heard off fuck.
That's funny how it picked that up. Can't hear anything else.
Oh, well, that's like how, when you're on the phone and it goes to shit, you can get through it. Can you hear me now? And it's like, yeah. And then, you go to say what you're going to say, and it just completely goes to shit again. See?
Oh, this ain't good.
Damn, everybody's going to hell.
We have bad mic night. Oh yeah.
So, like I said, we have some information about Kashmir on our page. Some good legitimate links and stuff like that. So,
is that you say your page, Loki? Is that Anonymous Bites Back?
Yes.
Just so people know. Okay, good.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a couple posts shared there. There's a good paste pen for anybody that has skills with tech type stuff. And then there's at least there's at least one news article too. I know I've shared a little bit of information to the group and stuff, like as far as chats and stuff go. But like I said, I'm just hearing about this. I just heard about it like 3 or 4 days ago, and it's a pretty important issue.
Now, is there any reports from the Indian side about at least what they're saying, even though it might be biased, what their angle is on it?
I don't think they have a leg to stand on, seeing the videos and stuff like that and the evidence that we have. But them just trying to hide what they're doing by cutting the internet over there, is a sign of guilt right there. But the video evidence we have is damning enough for them, you know.
Well,
Like,
what it goes, what was it like? Well, 2 weeks ago, didn't they have to? They petitioned Facebook to either start censoring the posts coming out of there, or they were going to get rid of Facebook.
They're censoring Facebook and WhatsApp for some reason.
No, Facebook is actually Facebook. If you go back, I think about 2 weeks. This is when my daughter called me panicking. She's like, "How do I? I'm going to lose Facebook. I won't be able to talk to you." Blah 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 blah. And so that's when I first found out about them. But it's actually maybe you can look this up and research it. They went to Facebook and said, and Facebook also owned WhatsApp. Everybody, for those of you who don't know.
Yeah,
Wasn't
Snowden saying that WhatsApp is,
a government spy tool? Yes.
Yes.
And so is Facebook. It's the greatest spy tool ever created.
Oh yeah, great. Everybody's on it. All your little dirty little info. To the littlest T. To the dirty things you say. You did it. It's all there.
Exactly. So this has been going on. So you have to understand that it's not actually. I mean, it is Pakistan government that is, or the Indian government that is censoring Facebook, but Facebook is actually complying with the censorship.
Yes.
Okay? Because
would you expect any less from them?
You hear that, Zuckerberg? I'm coming to your house.
Well, they do that in China too.
95% of whatever I post never makes it to the front line, okay? 95%. It don't matter if it's a picture or anything. I'm severely blocked.
Can you hear me?
Oh, Hey, Darlene. Hey.
Hello,
Hey, sister.
Asta. What the? What has happened is the CISPA and the PAPA, whatever that was back, SOPA, okay, PIPA and SOPA, that was trying to be circulated through Congress, got nixed. So now they've got another alternative route. That's why Trump got rid of TPP, so that they could censor us more. Actually, it's Russia as well. Don't forget that one.
Zuckerberg.
At least this doing a good job of getting the word.
Well, I believe the worst kind of
Bilderberg, Zuckerberg, come on.
I think the worst kind of censorship is not the fact. I mean, yes. I mean, there's not real much censorship when it comes to main domains and DNS. What I'm saying is, like, the worst kind of censorship is where a lot of people hang out, is in social media.
One thing about Google Plus, they don't have it. That's why they give you the option for your Hangouts. It's full, free, and clear. I've been doing it for years. It's never been censored. Now, if you upload to YouTube, it could be.
YouTube is censor heavy.
Oh, yes, very much so.
That's why it's important to have multiple outlets to share information. And
now listen, guys. Minds.com is free realm right now.
Minds.com is a good one. There's still some bugs to be worked out.
Yes,
but aren't they on the Amazon server?
Yes, they are, and that's
exactly
what I was
That's
gonna say,
bad.
Tyler.
Yeah.
That's the bad part, because you're going to get bleed throughs on that. So that's why I'm very cautious about it too. Also, I noted something that popped up on our. Many of us have Instagram accounts. Well, okay, there's a way for them to get into your sons if you're not cautious. So I've sent out that alert today.
There's a way for them to get into everything. Nothing we do online is safe and secure.
My Gmail, okay?
Well, hold on. It's funny because our cyber bullies and cyber stalking is fine. So is pedophile, activities. But you let us do one little iota of a problem,
right,
and bam, you're censored. I know many people that have been on bans, and it's not just you guys. It's
we've been getting banned and censored for ages.
Hold on. I'm in spheres of men's rights, human rights,
parental rights,
bullying, parental rights. Yes, you name it. I'm in cornucopia because that's where I'm sent to. Wherever I'm sent to.
Rock too. sister, and I know that a lot of stuff didn't make it. A lot of stuff that should have been public didn't make it out there. But your efforts
There's
are really
alternative rights that you have. So you look at those, and I use those options. I'll get the word out one way.
Well, it's a general tactic. I mean, you think who's in charge there. Anything that's divisive to the little people, they'll let go on. Just like Berkeley, if you want to fight among yourselves, hey, the cops will stand by and let you do that because it's divisive to you.
College students.
The moment you get organized, you're a problem.
Right.
Yeah.
exactly. Even if it's minuscule organization.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. You know, they get all,
Yeah.
you know, they get all scared. And
You're disenfranchised. How dare you?
You can be organized.
You're a domestic threat, whatever.
No, you're a terrorist. I heard pirates.
We're all terrorists.
Yeah, you're just a soldier on a battlefield now. That's the way they look at it.
It's ridiculous. You can be perfectly organized and follow the law to a T, and still be attacked and labeled as a terrorist or whatever, just because you become a small threat to a giant.
Oh, yeah, because
that threat margin, and you kind of counter them on it. You've got to watch every little step and measure that you take, and that way they can't come flash it back on you. So when I do something where it's in a perimeter of just maybe a couple people, to where I give out any type of information, or I'll group send it somewhere, and sometimes it may be through my email, or it may be also on Skype. Skype's another realm that I use, because it's uncensored. Now, Google is one of the hubs that I've noticed does not censor. And the reason I know it is because we've gone against feminism all the way on Hangouts. So that's how I know it's not censored, because the feminists and the SJWs are going to be the one that in group together, and they're going to cause the censoring.
Yeah.
And by the way, the CEO of Facebook is a feminist, and she's an Amazon feminist.
So they like to watch us, but when we're watching them under the microscope and making sure that they're doing the right things,
that's a problem.
I catch them on everything. But I'll tell people, don't complain to Facebook. They're not going to do nothing.
No, they won't.
Okay. For my cyberbullying, cyber stalking, I've sent them iPredator, because I know they actually take action. And the reason I know about that is because of Amanda Todd.
Hey, you guys got to be careful. Facebook plants people in your friends list.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I clean it out, and I watch what people post, what they're doing when they don't think I'm looking.
Yeah, I just got probably around 20 or 30 friend requests yesterday.
Yeah,
every 2 months.
What you have to do, you have to leaf through.
From the obvious porn star.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those requests are probably about 75% cops these days, or
Well,
or they pay people.
Yeah.
What they essentially what they do is that what I've heard is Facebook hires people. They literally pay them not that much money. It's like literally dollars per hour, and to infiltrate people's accounts to see exactly what they're doing. And this is I guess this is what you would say. This is the legal way of going around it. Besides being an admin and going directly into somebody's profile, is to be friends with somebody and then monitor them as another
Here's the
user.
thing. When you're in a chat, that's a private chat. I don't care what Facebook says. That is an invasion of your privacy.
No, it's not. But Darlene, that's where I'm going to agree. Hi, honey. It's good to talk.
I know we fall under the FCC, but if anybody can bully
no. It's even more than that. You have to understand.
Facebook is a private company. The same as when the Boy Scouts banned homosexuality from their group, and they went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, "Hey, they're a private organization. When you sign up for Facebook, you agree to their terms, plain and simple."
I know.
And if you read through it, they have the right to everything you have.
Yep.
It's
That's
really
why I
simple.
put. That's
Which
why
is
I
why
put that extra. I
which is
don't care
why
what they
I
say.
very rarely.
I will still put that extra on my profile. You have no right to my personal use.
As soon as you sign the agreement, though, they do. It's the same when you buy a house. When you buy a house, it's under the understanding that you don't actually own the house; you're just renting it, and they can use eminent domain and kick you off at any time. It's the same thing as Facebook. Facebook can do pretty much whatever they want. They can create
Well,
rules.
they had a thing going last year. I think it was last year that you had so long of a period to notify them legally that they weren't allowed to do it. And in that case, they can't do it because
that's whenever I notified them, and
that's fake. That's actually fake, and it's been proved to be fake. But
Yeah.
what I want to say is we can bash Facebook, okay, or we can utilize it to our example. Whether we like it or not, Facebook is still the most used social platform on the planet. And
Which is the only reason I'm on that shit.
exactly.
Yeah.
Right. I even came over. But so we can complain about Facebook all we want, or we can.
I'm not complaining about it.
I know you're not.
My
No,
platform
I'm not,
for where
Darlene, I'm not saying
I
you
get
are
things going.
at all. What I'm saying is that we can utilize it to the best of our abilities to make sure that we use it correctly. Because you're right. There is censorship. There are pedophiles, and they need to be dealt with. And if you're listening, you don't close the pedophile room. Okay, you document everything. And the only time you use the authorities in my book is when you're dealing with pedophiles, okay?
Right.
And you send it to them anonymously, so because they cannot use.
Yeah, well, we have that going on right now. Okay.
Right. And
We have the green hats that came in, and they've threatened one of the pedo hunters. And
so you ignore it. You ignore them and move on.
that's what I said. Just leave it be for now, because they could have come through the dark net. You don't want to prod the tiger.
Yeah, you just do your thing, you document it, and you get it, and you know what you're doing. You get all the people in the rooms, and you just keep documenting, and get it to the proper authorities and let them deal with it. Because Facebook's not going to do jack diddly about it. That's not there on their agenda. In fact, an article came out a couple days ago with a police statement saying, people, pedophile hunters are actually impeding, their quote unquote investigations, which personally.
What investigations?
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. It's all bullshit. They're not
Sorry, but they do nothing. All they do is.
Well, you catch them and we'll fucking stop, okay?
All right, it started with the Bush Foundation, but then it came through with the Clinton Foundation. That what they did is they patted the hands that they were rehabilitated and they could be back in society. They're all over the place.
Well, and we know this, and that's why I said that we have to use, that they created to spy on us. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn the tables on them, and keep doing what we do. And that's really what it comes down to, and that's why I really don't, go off of Facebook, because whether we like it or not, it's still the greatest outlet. And when people start working together, Darlene, Loki, Ed, Tyler, when we started all working together with No Dapple, the whole world knew within 24 hours what was going on over there. And that's the power of Facebook, okay?
Yep.
And the power of Twitter and the power of social media. And yes, did we lose the battle at No Dapple? Yes and no.
We did and we didn't.
Right,
because
exactly.
we made more people aware and more people are divesting, and that's really, really
the war's not over. I mean, we may have lost the battle, but there's still another pipeline coming up, and there's people out there that are just straight up looking for revenge on Dapple on this new fucking pipeline.
Good news. New York had a breakthrough. I am now in touch with Ed Harris, and he's also along the same lines. And people that we thought that might be a problem, they're not so much a problem. They were there to report. And that's what upset you know who that was out there that was working with the DAPL. So a lot of things got misconstrued because they planted people into those chats and so forth like that, planted information
Well,
that was
that's
falsified.
nothing new. That's I mean,
Of course, you can
in
always
any
tell.
movement or any protest, you're going to have infiltrators. So, but not only are banks divesting now, and the world was made aware of that. You also have a dozen camps now set up across the United States.
You got
that are
more
presently-
coming, and New York won
It's
their battle
made
against
people
them.
resist natural gas pipelines.
Yep.
That's
So there's
not
a
the
lot
only thing,
there's a lot
Listen
going
up.
on. And
Listen up.
And so
Okay.
we can cry about scream censorship, but at the same time we can use it to our advantage. And that's kind of, I'm not, like I said, I'm not, Darlene, you're speaking 100% truth. I love you. You know that. We've worked together. You have knowledge, wonderful knowledge. I'm just trying to put a positive spin on what we can utilize and give solutions, because
That's what I was going into.
Because when I know, like, I'm not always on ABB as much as I like it. I suppose I like sitting in the comments and interacting with everybody there. You guys are awesome in the comments. Part of it is, we can talk about stuff, but what are the solutions? And so, Darlene, go ahead. What are some of the solutions?
Yeah, here's a solution. Okay. My oldest son has started a business, but he's had to go to work full time with my youngest son. And so I'm going to help him get this off the ground. Now, he has all the suppliers in mind, but it's called Tesla, like Tesla. He changed the name up because it sounded too much like what they have going in California. But what it's about is energy. Okay. And he saves companies through the suppliers a lot of money. However, we want to do a change up, and that's where we're going. And we're going to the natural resources, just like Tesla would have. Okay, for our water supply, for our air supply, for everything, because we need to be prepared.
Right.
All the way.
Right. Well, that's a solution, and natural resources is a solution to the gas and oil dependency.
Exactly, breaking away from it.
Around the world. And I guess where I was going with this was, what are some of the solutions in keeping being censored to a minimum? Especially on your social media platforms. So we can't put a hashtag on there. So what are some of the solutions in order to stop from being censored? And that goes out to everybody.
Okay, watch what you post. No hashtagging, because hashtagging flags you. You get people on a page. Pages are open domain. You can get a group and you can make it closed, or even better, secret. Right. And you don't have the same problem. But you also have to have a strong admin stature, okay, to what you're doing. I mean, I admin groups on my own, and I can watch who comes into my group, and I can tell you in a heartbeat or whatever. Usually I can look for certain things on the profile that
Yes, you're correct.
tells me right away.
Well, that's
Not
another
always,
thing
that's
is we've gotta stop being all buddy with these trolls, hanging out with these trolls, interacting with these trolls, and engaging with these trolls, because those are the people that are reporting your accounts and getting your stuff taken down and reporting your posts when they go up, and they're out there looking for anything that social media administrators would consider taboo. If we're out here posting nothing but political shit, they're going to report every fucking political post you make, and know that eventually they're going to hit one that's going to piss off the person that's reviewing that shit.
Hold on. Guess where they can't censor you? When it has a comical hint to it of just being lightweighted. And I will say on there, oh, this is just a meme. It's not against or for. It's just stating, of a sense of satirical type of thing. They cannot censor you for satirical. Now, I was in a group, which I've
not anymore. Now they have a whole report feature for what they call fake news.
Yeah,
which
I know,
includes satire.
Fake news. is not on satire alone. The fake news is on what they consider is not what they want on there. I even got approached by them. I'm like, you think I'm going to
Yeah.
report you? But they do that to everybody. This group I was involved in, it allowed shit. It allowed trolls, all kinds of stuff, and people in there that were going to report you. We talked and we talked and we talked in admin, group chats, and told them that is not a good format to have on here because that brings attention to this and that and the other, and that's going to get the group taken down. They didn't listen, and so people have, jumped ship since then because of it. I will not be involved in anything that is that stupid, because what they're doing is they're cutting not only their throats, but they're cutting the throats of everybody else in that group.
Yes. Yes.
Well, I mean, not only that, I mean, what are we here to do, really? Are we here to change this world, or are we here to, quote unquote, troll?
Change the world.
Change the world.
I mean, because a lot of these people out there, it leaves a lot to question, like, how much do you really care?
Well, I care more than anybody.
Well, I'm not questioning anybody on this show, but, you know.
But a lot of people
some people in the comment section, maybe.
Yeah. I don't care about the people in the comment section. You're going to have...
Most definitely. I avoid that myself.
Hecklers, as we used to call them, hecklers.
Yep.
Who cares? So what? That I deal with later, and I do it delicately, But here's the thing. Are you going to open your eyes? You're going to stick your head in the sand forever. Because while you stick your head in the sand, everything else is being destroyed.
Yep.
Not just everything else. I mean, like this entire planet. Like
that's what I'm talking about.
Is being destroyed before our eyes.
Exactly. Earth, wind, fire. What are our elements? What's going to happen?
Earth, wind, fire, and water.
You got it. And guess what? What have they destroyed? And what are the greedy parts of our earth that makes money? Uranium's one of them. What do you think they're really after? This pipeline is going to Canada and China, the one that's out at Standing Rock. That's just one. Have you seen the network of all the pipelines?
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like varicose veins, does it not?
That's not a correct.
Oh, right. I mean, no, but
okay,
these new pipelines are to support. Most people think that they're drilling for just regular old crude oil and putting it in these pipelines. No, we're extracting what they call the motherfucking tar sands, man. That's like just this nasty shit that's like sludge mixed with oil and like dirt and silt and shit that they have to separate all the oil out of.
And it's never going to be right. There's no way you can pump that out entirely and filter that out entirely.
Oh, no. I mean, to get this out of the ground, you don't even pump it out. You have to dig it out strip mining coal.
Okay, there's
this is regressing in oil technology to even use this shit.
What is the
that ought to tell you something that we're on our last leg of oil if we're relying on the motherfucking tar sands to supply our main oil supply.
That's depleted. Okay, Earth. I don't care what anybody says. It's living. Okay, why do you think there's trees, grass that grows, birds? Everything else, it's living.
It is.
And, okay, when you go into somebody's heart, okay, and you do heart surgery, you have to be very meticulous and careful so that that person doesn't die. Well, you're going into the core of the earth, which is the heart, the lungs, and the digestive tract of our earth. They're depleting everything. They're depleting water. They're messing up our air with, I call them zip ties. Okay, chemtrails. I mean, they're left and right. Okay, and that also messes with the Earth's atmosphere, which is our bubble that we live inside. Okay, we're like a great big what do you call those things that you shake? Snowball. Okay, all right. So we're in a globe that has an outer surface to it of protection, and they're depleting that constantly.
Yep.
They're messing with our weather, so it floods places and everything that's unnatural. You have unnatural hurricanes, like for instance, NOLA. I was there.
Katrina.
Katrina, I was in
Yeah.
it. Okay, and I can tell you for one, Army Corps of Engineers didn't do what they were supposed to do because the politicians pocketed the money for it, and that was to restore the levees.
Yeah, I was on the coast the day after it hit doing relief work. I mean, it was fucked up. There was no help from any government. I mean, it was.
I know there was.
Like, people were getting ice and water trucked in from Hattiesburg, which is like between the coast and central Mississippi, if you're not familiar.
Oh, yes, I'm very familiar. I had family over in Mississippi. I was in Hickory, Louisiana when it hit, which is the next town up from Pearl River. You go Slidell,
Okay.
Pearl River, then
Yeah.
there's Hickory, then you go out to Mandeville and all that. I was in Hickory. And luckily, where we were was it had a reserve to itself, okay? And so I took a look around at what could protect us and what could be a hazard, and I assessed everything, and we took shifts. Like I say, Survivor ain't got squat on us. But, okay, Bush was in command at the time. His father was out on a boat, way out to sea, abandoned. He was given rescue within hours. By the time we left, was almost a month. There was no help. They were using the schools that my son was attending at the time for shelters.
Ugh.
Red Cross turned everybody down. Salvation Army did the most help besides UMCOR. And National Guard did help a lot too. And then local places all started gathering in. But
They wanted as many people to evacuate as well, not only before the storm, but after the storm, during all the chaos. You know, they were still encouraging people to evacuate if they could.
And they would,
I swear, if you were evacuating, you better have had a full tank of gas, because, I mean,
we had a truck
about 200 miles, there's no gas station with any gas. So, I mean, you hop in your car to evacuate, and that tank runs out, and that's it.
We had a truck that was going through 3 and 4 quarts of oil per day. We had a neighbor that had heart problems. Now, the choice was made. Do we stay or do we go? We would have wound up stuck on Bridge 11 when the wave surge hit. Had we have
Is that one of the bridges that got taken out?
That's the twin span.
Okay.
One side of the twin span was gone over Eden Isles. That's the bridge that goes from Eden Isles, Mandeville, on into Nolans. It's called the 25 mile bridge.
I thought it was. I was thinking it was 29.
Yeah, I think it extended.
Yeah, I hate that fucking bridge. I really hate that fucking bridge. Those lanes, first off, are like way too narrow. Like, who the fuck decided that they needed to be that narrow?
Listen to this. My cousin worked for Slidell Police Department. He was on the second floor when the second wave hit. She had, prisoners up there. So she literally jumped out that second story window onto a Humvee and got in it and drove through that wave surge to get help.
Oh, wow.
My ex-in-laws over in Waveland, Mississippi, they had a house that was totally washed out to the beach. They found my ex-father-in-law's truck 5.5 blocks away, up in the top of a tree.
Oh,
Yeah, just it was bad. And the people that came to help, snakes, they had to deal with gators,
ew.
all kinds of stuff. Yeah, you can say ooh now, but live it. I'll tell you, I was so glad that I grew up on 3.5 acres because I knew how to survive. And grown up in Florida, you know, it teaches you a lot about hurricanes.
Yeah. Florida.
How we got from censorship to this, I don't know. But hey, it happened.
It's all good.
Well, if you want to be real about it, there was a lot of censorship involved in what was going on down in New Orleans during Katrina. There was a lot of gun confiscation going on during the catastrophe. I mean, the police were straight up like killing people down there under martial
Well,
law.
let me explain something to you, okay? We did have a lot of looters. And I'm not kidding you. And I know which ones they were. And I kept up with that.
Yeah.
But there, of course, is always the extreme. But I will say this. The extreme did not come from the local police. It came from the National Guard.
It usually does. That's who they call in to do the dirty deed, usually.
Yep.
So, then again, you have what happened after that was Rita. You had a similarity going on there, not quite as devastating.
Oh yeah, what was that, like 8 days later?
It was
9?
No, it was 9 days later. Yeah, 9 or 10 days later, I think it was. And it was like, whoa, here we go again. Are we going to get pelted again? You know, but we didn't get.
Yeah, see, I'm up in Jackson, and that both of those hit really hard up here, and that's like 3 hours away from the coastal area.
Well, see, you're over there in the peninsula.
15 minutes.
Area.
Damn, that came quick.
Yeah, I know.
So, yeah. I told you I'd be about an hour. So it just took me a bit to get on here. So I had to make sure I had the right link. But just always remember, just use compassion, use care, use concern. They can't censor that. I know we can get really, and you might dig in there and you really want to say what you want to say, but say that somewhere else.
Yeah, avoid getting confrontational, avoid getting aggressive.
Right. Well, there's been some times, but I use it in a format that's non-abusive, that's to where I'm attacking you, but I'm telling you straight out the truth. If you don't get it, I'm not going to post links for you because that's what feminists love. Oh, well, send me documentation on that or back up what you're saying. I'm like, you're not. Why should I? In other words,
right.
you have to counter the way that they're coming at you with calmness.
Right.
And no nonsense, but calmness at the same time instead of knee-jerk reaction, which we even do. And I've done it at times, but I've learned the best way is not to let them get to you because that's exactly what they're there for.
Yeah, they are.
Well, as far as those type of people go, non-engagement is always the best procedure.
Mm-hmm.
Because no matter how you engage them, you're satisfying the one need that they have, and that is to be engaged.
True.
And that's a big thing, even in the comments there, Ed, as you were talking about. On some of the really good shows, not every show is good, but not every show is great, not every show is great, whatever. But don't engage the trolls in there, man. Let them do their thing. Just ignore them. Don't the more you engage them, the more really you're giving them. And
leverage.
Yeah, if you can't
fuel.
Right. I mean, for example, here, if we never mention their names, never give them a bit of attention, both by text or mentioning them on the show, eventually they will move on and go to somebody that will.
Or you can block them.
I block them.
Well, I find that these people, if you block them, they're just going to make another account and come back and make a big whine about you censoring them. Oh, look at Anonymous censoring people, the anti-censorship
Well, you know
activists
what?
censoring me.
Yeah, we addressed that. We actually addressed that, Ed. And you know what? And as I say to them, and how to get them to generally be quiet is like we say, I'm not censoring. You're annoying. It's really simple.
Right?
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, I don't
and
see
I'm a nice
blocking them as
person.
censorship because they don't have anything
It's not a
to censor.
Yeah,
It's
you're not censoring when
It's right to
you're
privacy
walking.
to
I mean,
do
that's
that.
like saying walking away and not engaging someone is censoring them because you won't hear them. No,
It's someone that's attacking what you're trying to do, and they're disseminating.
Yes.
So that, therefore, is caustic and toxic. And I'm sorry, but I'm going
Indeed.
to walk away from you.
I don't even think they're trying to. I don't even think they're trying to even do that. I mean, most of the time, I think for the most part, they're just trying to distract you from doing what you are doing. And
Sure.
and
That's
trying-
why I don't have the
and trying to
comments
get you
up where
to
I
a
can
certain
see 'em.
point. So
He's right. He's got a point there.
so I don't even think their whole reason is to watch you rage, and
Yes.
you just walk away and
Takes a lot more than that.
You don't
for
even
me
have
get-
to rage. You can intellectually engage them for hours, and you can. It doesn't matter how. Like that point is what it's really about. Is they wanna stop you from doing anything else.
Yep. Yep.
If they can take that focus and move it from whatever you're passionate about to them, they win.
That's when I tell them, look, I'm sorry, but if this is not an agreement with you, I understand, but I'm going to take you off my post now.
I give him
Right.
2 fair warnings.
I give them 3 fair warnings.
I don't even warn.
I give him 2.
Right.
Because the warning is just engaging them. So
Well, I don't exactly say their name though. I just say it as a blanket statement. I never use a name.
well, Darlene, you follow my
Unless,
posts pretty closely, and I don't call out anybody. I'll just make a general
yeah,
statement.
because when you do, you're singling that.
Yes.
You're bringing them attention.
Oh,
It's that
the
simple.
feels. Oh my goodness, my safe space. All comes into play, and I'm like, I'm playing my little bitty violin here, but at the same time, I understand they've got a place they're coming from that's probably pretty bad, and they feel that they're in the right. So,
Right. That's often lost, though, Darlene. Is that when somebody is that upset or that angry or that
then you don't need to be on my post talking to me. I'll
what I
see you
was going to
later.
say was
That's right.
that you have, for at least for me, and I think Tyler might kind of agree with this, is give them compassion because they're obviously suffering beyond something
Sure.
that we're not.
And I do, and when I offer it and I'm slapped in the face for it, that's when I'm like,
yeah,
it's
that's
cool,
where we
but I
disagree,
don't
though.
need your anger to come down this way.
Right. Well, that's where we
I
disagree.
give everybody 2 fair chances.
Because
Yeah.
I think we disagree there only because you can't slap me over the face on Facebook or any social media platform or Twitter. You're not going to slap me. You're not going
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I could have swore we had that little slap thing going on. 2 snaps and a slap.
My wife's listening. You're going to get me in trouble.
No, I'm not talking about that kind of stuff. I'm talking about the basic thumbs up thing. I thought they had slap.
I may be spiritual, but I'm kinky as fuck. So.
Oh, no. We're not going there. Wrong platform.
Oh, sorry, wrong show. But I try.
My face is red. Stop.
That's where Ed and I disagree, which is fine. Ed and I disagree in the past, and we still get along. We still work together.
Yes.
I appreciate everything Ed does. But we do disagree that I will engage almost anybody because there are some people you can get through to. It's safe.
And I do try. I do.
We used to be in a lot of group chats together before I got out of all my groups and decided not to focus my time in there. But I think if you treat someone with respect, you'll get respect back. And a lot of the trolls,
Not all the time.
a lot of trolls don't bother me too much anymore because I don't bite, and I'll actually talk to them about.
I usually ask them, okay, can I ask where that came from or why you feel this way? I'd really like to know and understand. And that usually lets down the guard. Not always. That's when you know they're only there for one purpose.
Yep.
And see, the group I was in is Women Against Feminism. Guess what you're going to get there? How there's men in here. Run, Forrest, run. So, and believe it or not, I haven't had a mass amount of people that have tried to shut me down. Although I'll get, say like a threat margin on it. I'll say, thank you, but no thank you. Obviously, we're on two different realms.
Oh,
And let's just end this right now because I don't engage that way. And I don't believe in being harmful to anybody because I've watched too much suffering as it is. And I certainly don't want to see somebody. What?
oh, she's got one too.
Oh, that's a Manow. His name's Mr. Potter.
So why don't you two get your cats together so they can get out of this heat and just get taken care of?
My cat's name's Cat.
No, he's not in the heat. He's just being heard.
Well, we
He
all say
talks.
hello, but that's censoring and, like I said, censoring and annoying are two different things, and censorship is highly abused from people's mouths to try and discredit some things. And if someone's not being productive and they're, there's nothing wrong with blocking them and just stepping away because, they're not.
And it's very rare that I block them. I'd rather just unfriend them.
Well,
You know?
I keep everything public, so I probably block more than most.
Yeah.
So,
Now, I have blocked if it's extreme. When it comes to certain things, I will block. But I do try to understand
no, I agree.
another person's
That's
point of view.
That's what two chances are for.
Right. Well, no, I don't get to that portion. It's 2 to 3. But usually it's about 3 for me because I want to make sure that we're understanding different levels because everybody has a different perspective. I get that. So I want to make sure I haven't made a rash decision. So I will try to talk to them a little bit more, maybe in a private chat, and see if there's something that's going on with them that day or whatever that might be helpful.
Well, that one's quiet real quick.
What? Oh,
Just when we got a little dead air there. Loki, you got anything to say on this? You're very active everywhere. Loki's mic went off, and are we even on?
yeah, we're on.
Okay, we got 5 minutes left.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, say goodbye.
Here's Loki. Where you is?
I'm here, you guys.
I thought you fell asleep.
I'm just a guest at somebody's house and everybody's sleeping.
Oh, jeez.
Same here.
I was just looking at a link about Kashmir's dead eyes epidemic. Trying to get it to open, and it's about the police and stuff shooting pellets into people's eyes.
Wow.
And protesters' eyes. I can't get it to open. I shared it to the group, so maybe if somebody else could open it.
Yeah, I saw that.
And take a look at it. It's pretty bad. I mean, the things they're doing is beyond disturbing.
Wow. I see it.
Much love and much respect, family.
We love you too,
Keep doing
Loki.
what we're doing. Screw the trolls, and they do have their purpose. There's a big difference between cyberbullying and trolling, though.
Yeah. Yeah, but there is a timeline because I know both, and I've been seeing both. But I mean, you still got to understand too. I mean, I don't know if you guys caught the last show I was on, but that's what it was about, and I mapped everything out, the differentials, and I actually have notes in my files. One is for the bullied youth. One is for the bully themselves. And especially if it's like a youth, you got to try to reach them on a different level. Now, an adult's harder because they've been through so many different things that they don't know how to reach that next level anymore. They've lost all compassion, everything. So when they still continue to be abrasive, abusive, and continue to be negative, then you know that's toxic. There's nothing you can do about that. Yet at the same time, you kind of wonder if maybe you can't break through there, so you want to give them another chance. That's why I say I usually give 3 chances, because you never know. And if it's somebody that I know has PTSD or suicidal ideation, I stick with them.
Oh yeah, that's different.
I've got one in college that started out as a teen when I started talking to them. No names. And they're at another quagmire in their life, and I'm always there, you know. And it's always been that way. But that's how I started out when I got on Facebook, was as an anti-bullying advocate. So that's my mainstream right there.
And there's a
That's
big
my
difference
passion.
between trolling, and bullying. I know
Trolling is people that are paid
know,
to upset you.
Yep.
they don't have to be paid. Some people are just sick and want to
Oh
upset
yeah.
people.
Well, then you have your narcissist and all. Yeah, you're right.
That's there too. I mean, anonymous has a lot to do with lols and trolling, you know, but you can do that for good efforts. You don't target people and attack them just because, you know.
Right. And
It's
I
wrong.
don't. I just talk to him
All
as
right, guys,
like
1 minute.
on the couch with him, and we, you know, from there. Yes, 1 minute. Okay, go ahead. Wrap it up. I guess.
Much love and respect, family. Good show.
Much love and
All right,
respect.
Loki.
Love you guys.
Love you guys.
For having us on here.
Hasta noi. Where was the pila? Oh.
Let me see where we're at. We got 5 seconds.
Countdown.
And